personal attacks, imputations of improper motive, and other language incompatible with the dignity of these proceedings and of parliamentary courtesy to other people. The chair will at all times extend to his fellow senator judges the courtesy befitting equals and reasonable latitude that serious deliberation requires. Differences in judgments and vigor in debate are to be expected and shall, as far as practicable, be met with patience, flexibility, and respect. Should circumstance so require, however, the chair will not hesitate to enforce the rules of this impeachment court, the rules of the Senate, particularly sections 95 and 96. In this chamber, firmness need not be unkind, nor courtesy come at the expense of duty. Both serve the same end, the fair and honorable administration of justice. Further, where a senator judge is alleged to have violated the impeachment oath, Rule 3, Rule 18, or any other applicable rule of the Senate, an available institutional remedy within the Senate is the filing or referral of an ethics complaint to the Senate Committee on Ethics and Privileges in accordance with the internal rules of the Senate. Under Rule 10, Section 1316 of the Rules of the Senate, the Committee on Ethics has jurisdiction over all matters relating to the conduct, rights, privileges, safety, dignity, integrity, and reputation of the Senate and its members. Any disciplinary action remains for the Senate to determine under Article 6, Section 16.3 of the Constitution and applicable rules. This shall not be a proper subject matter to be taken up within this impeachment court so as not to divert the attention from the impeachment trial against the respondent in this case. Accordingly, the chair reminds all senator judges, first, to observe the impartiality and political neutrality required by their oath and the rules. Second, to observe the parliamentary rules, precedents, and courtesies of the Senate and refrain from unparliamentary, offensive, or improper remarks. Third, to exercise their authority under Rule 17 to question witnesses, prosecutors, and counsels for the respondent and the prosecutor during the proceedings on the record instead of through commentaries in social media. Second ruling, Rule 18, scope, coverage, and prospective enforcement. Note on the statement, prospective enforcement. Having addressed the conduct expected of senator judges, the chair now turns to Rule 18 and the persons expressly covered by it. The chair makes this ruling not only in response to the manifestation and motion made by counsel for the respondent, Attorney Sheila Season, on August 12, and after due consideration of Attorney Ligutan's explanation, but also on the basis of the chair's independent findings of seeming violations of Rule 18. These incidents come after the chair's earlier advice to both panels to designate the respective spokespersons so that the necessary and appropriate communications may be made within the limits prescribed by the rules. Since that advice has not been fully observed, the chair now finds it necessary to restate and strictly enforce those restrictions. Article 18 of the Rules on Impeachment provides, the presiding officer, the members of the Senate, shall refrain from making any comments and disclosures in public pertaining to the merits of a pending impeachment trial. The same shall likewise apply to the prosecutors, the person impeached, and their respective counsel and witnesses. This rule exists to balance the public's right to information on matters of public concern with the need to protect the integrity of the proceedings from public prejudgment. The rules of court apply only suppletorily to these proceedings. When the rules on impeachment expressly and specifically govern a matter they control. Since Rule 18 directly governs public comments and disclosures pertaining to the merits of the pending impeachment trial, it is for this court, in the exercise of its authority and sound discretion, to determine whether a particular statement violates that rule. Henceforth, with respect to prior statements or conduct covered by Rule 18, the court shall extend grace, exercise liberality, and wipe the slate clean, tabula rasa, so to speak. From this point forward, however, Rule 18 shall be strictly enforced and be given full force and effect. Accordingly, the chair hereby strictly enjoins all persons covered by Rule 18. You know who you are, and based on the records, we know who you are. From making public statements or otherwise discussing, sharing, or endorsing comments pertaining to the merits of this pending impeachment trial, and from engaging in trial by publicity, as they directly threaten the independence of the court, degrade the dignity of the tribunal, and risk turning it into a circus and weaponize the media to substitute public outrage or actual evidence. We are in receipt of the appearances of the parties. So, ang covered po ng Rule 18 would be all those who appeared both from the panel of prosecutors and the counsel for the panel of prosecutors. Chair earlier reminded the parties designate a specific spokesperson. Wala pong problema kung hindi naman sa kasama sa panel. Walang problema kung hindi sa kasama sa counsel for the panel of prosecutors. The spokespersons are free to say whatever they want to say, but not, and there are limitations insofar as the panel of prosecutors and the counsel for the panel of prosecutors is concerned. Clearly, up to today, the spokesperson of both parties are still part of the counsel for the parties, some with more violations than others. So without enumerating the counsels where this rule applies, I think you know who you are, given the entries of appearance you've already made. These restrictions apply with particular force not only to counsel for the parties but also to us, senator judges, and all other persons whose public statements are governed by Rule 18. Rule 18 makes specific mention of the respondent. It does not make mention of the complainants in this case, given the public nature of this case. So outside of the senator judges, outside of the counsels for the parties, particularly mentioned would be the respondent herself, as well as the witnesses called. Third ruling, guidelines for compliance with Rule 18. To ensure a common standard, the chair now states the guidelines governing compliance with Rule 18. That line is crossed when a public comment by any person covered by Rule 18 falls within the phrase, quote, pertaining to the merits. In this regard, jurisprudence has consistently distinguished matters going into the merits of a case from those which are merely procedural, incidental, or collateral. In De Leon versus Deliana, GR 21-2277, as a technical legal term, merits has been defined in law dictionaries as a matter of substance in law as distinguished from matter of form, and thus the real or substantial grounds of action or defense, in contradistinction to some technical or collateral matter raised in the course of a suit. In Badoy versus Magdoza Malagar, AM number 220916 SC, comments on the merits of the case may refer to the credibility of witnesses, the character of the accused, the soundness of alibis offered, the relevance of the evidence presented, and generally any other comment bearing on the guilt or innocence of the accused. Pursuant to the en banc case of INRE published threats hurled by attorney De Vera, AM number 011203 SC, number 1, no party shall make public comments, statements, insinuations, or rhetorical questions that, number 1, prejudge the issue to predict the outcome of the trial. Number 2, question ending rulings. Number 3, substitute media pressure for evidence. Number 4, promote distrust and undermine public confidence in the court by creating the impression that the court cannot be trusted to resolve the case impartially and violate the right of the parties to have their case tried fairly by an independent tribunal uninfluenced by public clamor and other extraneous influences. For purposes of this trial, a statement pertains to the merits when viewed in the full context. It evaluates in its full context. It evaluates a disputed fact, the credibility of a witness, the relevance or probative value, weight, or sufficiency of a particular evidence, assessment as to the legal viability of an article of impeachment, or a substantive defense advocates a particular disposition of the charges or announces or forecasts the ultimate vote. Conversely, this court recognizes the qualified privilege of a fair and true report regarding these proceedings as affirmed in the Supreme Court in ABS-CBN versus Ampatuan GR number 227004. Based on the jurisprudential standard derived from Article 35 of the Revised Penal Code, a fair and true report means a neutral, objective, and accurate recounting of the proceedings made
Why you
in
speak?
good faith without any comments or remarks. For the guidance of all the parties concerned, the Chair now issues the procedural guidelines for violations of Rule 18. The impeachment court will
Yes.
exercise its powers summarily under Rule 5, adhering strictly to the
I
due
will
process
not go live
parameters set by the
if
Supreme
I
Court.
go-
First, a 24-hour
Anyway,
show
I
cause
go to
order.
what you call that.
No oral accusation or press pronouncement shall
I
precede
go
the
to
formal
place
charge.
with no signal.
Any party cited for a particular violation will be issued a written show cause order, either motu proprio or upon motion by either party, and will be given exactly 24 hours to submit a verified written answer. Pursuant to the Supreme Court.
I will go live if I'm not home. If I go, sometimes I try to live outside, but my signal is not really good because I use data. But if I good thinking you are talking to camera, then yeah. But if I stay home, I will live more, I think more hours if my signal is good. I will live long if my daughter is not here. If she's here, I cannot live long because I need to take care of her. Mostly I live if I what you call that. Important to talk to viewers. I know. But sometimes I'm not talking because they're what you call that, they're dropping by, and sometimes they're talking to me, sometimes not. So I'm just listening the what you call that, the I make it silent sometimes, most of the time silence, silent live. Hey, lie down. Oh, 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 oh. That's my phone. Why you get that? Ay, akong iring nga pasaway. Ayaw ba? I think it's a long time. 2022 I joined. I have my old, what you call that there? Ay, iyo, pasaway. Ayaw lagi. Na. I have my old account there, but I forgot my password. So I cannot open. Just talk about life. Sometimes it's easy to silent about life because not all people is interested your life. Some is make story of your life and make lie to the people. So what you see to my life, that's true. Tagalog please, I ask you. Ano? Ano yan? Ano yan? That's video, please watch it. What kind of video? I don't know cause I don't have a what you call that other phone. Short video. Okay, wait. I will look at when I will go out. I'm not monetize coach mo. Okay. Uy, don't. What should I send? What should I send to your life? No, no, thank you. You cannot send me anything because I don't have nothing. Life is good here. Do you have a dollar sign? I don't have a dollar sign. I'm not monetized yet. It's a long process to monetize, so that's why I live to catch up my 4K WH watch hour. It's a long process pa. It's a long live. You go sleep. Parang mauna pang matulog yung pusa ko ah. How many times you do live? In one day, one for morning. It's up to me if I will stop until how many hours. Then I will be back in afternoon if I feel to do live, but sometimes I'm tired. Yeah, because the cat is here. Lie down to me. We will do like this. Go. Oh. Ayaw lagi. No. You go sleep. I will not bother you. Stop it. You go sleep with your dada. Uy, kalapit mo eh. Ayaw ba? Bisyusa kay kang. Atog dira. Oh, shit. Oh. Hala. Maigo din rin imong urong. Phone or camera? The video yours also have bad ending. Is that it? What nimo eh? What is bad ending? What my video do? No, my video is what do you call that? Go upload for memories. So if you don't like to watch, no problem. Short video. Ada the Dunkin Donut or what is a what corrupted? That's the last video. I don't know. I don't know what are you talking about. What video? Nice lagi ron akong viewers kay dili ko dili arrogante. Yeah. Yes, after my friend doing live, I can proceed my live. Either my live is silent, is much better silent because what you call that? Sometimes they have music and my partner watching movie. Now we take a nap, so we take a nap then move after what the life. Yeah, this is our life. If we don't if you don't feel good to do something, lie down. Or it's up to me if I go live or not. Supposed to be I already sleep, but my puppy is crying, so I give them food before I lie down. I don't know if I can go back to sleep. But my cat is already sleeping. My other cat is not sleep with me. Last night I don't know where he is. So me, if I don't do nothing, I prefer to sleep, to stay home, or do live while listening some background, what you call that there, in TikTok. That's what my hobby is. Do live while working. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Laundry while live. Um, rather than sit down and make blah 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 to the person that always attack me. So it's better to not blah 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 always. Just like you wait. You wait until when is your patient. What is my purpose? I just let that person talking about me until my patient is like that, so it's I will answer. But my patient is not small. I will quiet, but she cannot stop me to going to different life because I'm not go there always talking, and they are my good friend. I'm not. I'm shy to honestly no. I'm shy to roaming around like go to different life. Then I don't know them. I I don't know why it's like mostly I go live the the person know me, then yeah, then if I go there or something, because what I am afraid if I go there and maybe they don't like me, something like that, so I'm aware of that, so I tell myself, okay, if who is go to my live and comment and who's going to my video and comment there, I will go there back, I will go to their account, but I'm still what you call that way. I'm still trying. But I'm happy with my friend. I'm happy with the companion of them when they are do live. I'm there. And sometimes we have fun. We joke around. And around like if I make talk 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 here, somebody trigger me. Somebody chat there in the chat box really bad. So that's why like yesterday I'm just what you call that trigger where that man said that I'm dry wooden tree. Sabi niya, tuyot na kahoy na daw ako. Ano ba patay? Tuyot na kahoy. That's a morning and afternoon he just come and he said, aso. I don't that yes yesterday afternoon when I do live, I'm just cooking rice like that. I do my own thing inside the house. I'm not talking. Just come back and make my life crazy. So I answer him and what you call that. Some people come to the live is watching you and what are you doing. If you don't like, if they don't like, they're talking about your life, blah blah blah, and they just judge you even they don't know you. And if you're dancing and they don't like your dance or your dance something naughty, they call you puk puk. You are a prostitute dancing. They call a prostitute. I don't know. Me, if someone dancing, I just let him be. That's the what you call that. That's their sign that they're happy and they enjoy life and more exercise. So why you should talk about dancing in whitey is a book. Mhm. Because people easy to judge, but their self they don't know who they are because they are hide it. Wala ni tao eh. I will go to my Senate hearing. La 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 la. Ay, nangaway na pug ka dira ha.
defense be directed to conduct this cross-examination in a non-leading question form, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor, this honorable court declared Mr. Artonio a hostile witness pursuant to Rule 132, Section 13 of the Rules of Court. And in so ruling, effectively, this honorable court also declared that the interest of this witness is aligned with the respondent. And now, Your Honor, the permission to conduct the permission to propound leading questions on cross-examination under Rule 132, Section 10A of the Rules of Court rests solely on the presumption that the interest of the witness to be cross-examined is hostile or is adverse to the cross-examiner, making it difficult for the cross-examiner to put into the mouth of the witness words that he expects to be elicited. Now, that presumption, Your Honor, has already been overcome by the declaration of this honorable court. So what we expect, Your Honor, is merely cross-examination in form but not in substance. Because in substance, Your Honor, the cross-examination would effectively be like the respondent herself cross-examining, the respondent cross-examining or direct examining, conducting a direct examination of her very own Assistant Chief of Staff. Last Monday, Your Honor, we witnessed how the defense, under the guise of cross-examination, supplying testimonies to the witness, Ms. Gina Acosta, and merely expecting her to supply yes to each and every question, Your Honor. And that is the very evil sought to be prevented by the rule against leading questions on direct examination. Your Honor, I understand before I'm lectured on the contents of the rules of court, I'm very much aware of what the rules of court provide. But I'm also very much aware, Your Honor, that under the rules of this honorable court, the rules of court is merely suppletory in application. And in fact, the presiding officer is granted leeway to rule on every matter of evidence.
Comment, Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor. Rule 132 of the Rules of Court does not convert a hostile witness into as our own witness, Your Honor. So therefore, we are not obliged to ask direct examination questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor.
Short reply, and so replying, Attorney May, kindly cite a legal basis outside of the rules of court, since you said it's not in the rules of court.
Your Honor, I'm citing the very own rules of this honorable court, saying that the rules of court is merely suppletory in application, and at the end of the day, it will be the presiding officer who will be deciding on matters of evidence. And early in the proceedings, Your Honor, if I remember correctly, two senator judges encouraged this honorable court to look beyond the wordings of the law and consider the intent for its application.
That it, Attorney May?
Yes, Your Honor.
Chair will make a ruling. Rules of court, although it has merely supplementary application to these rules, nevertheless do apply, and the rules of court state specifically that leading questions may be asked on cross-examination without any exception nor any limitation. And as held in the Bolos case, there is no need to interpret the rules in case where there is no doubt, and the rule is quite specifically clear. Number two, we already have a precedent, at least with respect to the previous witness declared as a hostile witness in the person of Gina Acosta, where the court allowed counsel for the respondent to ask leading questions. You shall be accorded the same privilege, Attorney May, on the part of the prosecution, should the respondent rather present a hostile witness during the presentation of their evidence in chief. The court shall apply the rule equally. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed, Attorney May, or rather Attorney Christine.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. Before I start with my cross-examination, Just to put the record straight, Your Honor, when I said they are allowed, I was referring to leading questions, Your Honor, because the journal dated August 12, 2019 would show that I was indeed asking a leading question before Attorney Kapunan objected, Your Honor. So if we take a look at it, with all due respect, the objection was even improper at that time, Your Honor. So, but I want that issue to be closed.
That was similarly pointed out by the presiding officer, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Your Honor, before I proceed, may my colleague be recognized, Your Honor? Attorney
Of
Kapunan.
course, Attorney Lorna.
Your Honor, please, first of all, I'd like to commend the presiding justice. Very clear. The ruling on sub judice is very clear, and we will take it with strict compliance, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel.
I'd like to manifest, though, that, again, the statement of counsel is misleading because it was very clear. It was very clear, and the transcripts will show that the immediate phase which led to my remark was not about leading, it was about misleading, Your Honor. If I heard it, if the whole legal profession heard it, if this courtroom heard it, if the outside audience heard it, then it must be, it is what it is. She had said misleading is allowed, and I responded to that, and I'd like that to be on record, Your Honor. Let us not mislead again this honorable court. Thank you.
Your Honor,
Without the chair already made a ruling earlier regarding this matter brought about by the lead counsel. In lieu of that, the chair will simply furnish the parties with a copy of the TSN, wherein I will quote again for the record, for the last time, and then we proceed with cross. It's already 11. Attorney Kapunan, leading, misleading questions are not allowed on cross. Attorney Ferrer, they are. This is what the transcript says, and it has no reference to Attorney Ferrer stating specifically that misleading questions are allowed, and perhaps the confusion arose with respect to the TSN again not being able to capture the perhaps overlapping statements made by both counsels, and we should leave it at that already, counsels, and move on.
you said or you confirmed that no PFP or the no PFP was attached to the August 2022 letter request of the OVP to the DBM. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Okay. And the reason for this was because at that time, it is not being required by the joint circular to attach the PFP to that letter.
Based on my understanding, ma'am, attaching the PFP is not required to the letter request, ma'am.
Thank you. Nonetheless, when the DBM asked for documents in response to that request, you complied and submitted documents, correct?
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
And you submitted those documents through your letter dated September 9, 2022.
Yes, through our transmittal letter to the DBM.
Thank you. And the DBM, in fact, accepted your subsequent transmittal.
Yes, that's correct, ma'am.
And the DBM did not say that those documents which you transmitted on September 9, 2022 were not compliant with the joint circular or with the law.
We did not receive any comment, ma'am, regarding the submitted PFP.
And the DBM, in fact, did not reject your submission.
No, ma'am, we did not receive any comment from the DBM.
And you will confirm also that the DBM even recommended the approval of your request to the Office of the President after your submission of those documents, correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, ma'am.
And your request for additional budget was actually approved by the Office of the President.
That's correct, ma'am.
And in the process of approving your request for additional budget, no issue whatsoever was raised by either the DBM or the Office of the President regarding the documents that you submitted.
We did not receive any comment regarding the submissions that we've made.
Thank you. You were also asked yesterday regarding the good governance program that was mentioned in the PFP for the fourth quarter of 2022. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And as someone who supervises the Administrative and Financial Management Office of the OVP, you confirmed that the confidential funds for the fourth quarter of 2022
Pupuntahan ko yan. Basta yun na sinabi ko kay Bensi. Sabi ko, gusto kong magsimba sa Antipolo, sa Manawag, punta tayo sa Bicol. Yun, sinabi ko lang sa kanya.
Mong ipaliwanag ha. My God!
Ilinawin ko lang ha. Una sa lahat.
Pero pagka nag-okay na kayo, hindi na pwede baguhin yan.
Ganun pala. Kala ko siguro maraming mga jury na medical to under.
Na kung ano man yung pinili ng titignan na. Kasi may kada isa yan, may folder eh. Pero, nung tinitignan yung folder ko, sabi ganun, ayaw sa akin ng prosecutor.
Mautak to. Hindi pwede to. Yari tayo dito.
Pinili ako ng defense eh. Pero mo na, andun na kami mabining. Yung final selection, kala ko nga, punyeta, criminal case to.
Exciting no? Yung maano ka sa ganyan, Mi. Exciting din yung makapag-jury ka sa ganyan, mga magagandang case, yung malalaking case.
Nagpunta din ako dito. Bago lang ako sa Houston, pinatawag na kagad ako. Hindi rin ako napili.
Galing, no?
Ako, di ba na napili ako noong 2024 ba yun?
Tumagal ng ilang taon yung kaso.
Ay, hindi naman taon, Mi. Ano lang yun?
Mga minor cases.
Oo, mga minor cases lang. Pero
Diyos ko, sa akin talaga major. Patagal
Carjack.
taon yun.
Napili ako. Tapos,
Correct ko lang yung statement ko kay Mami Neng. Tanungin natin si Mami Kay. Kunyari, napili kang jury, di ba? So, required ka attend kapag may hearing, di ba? Tapos may work ka. Binabayaran ba kayo dyan, Mi?
Bayad yun.
Bayad. Pero,
Baka kasi mali na sabi ko kay Mami Neng. Kasi
pero minimal lang.
Babayaran ka ng babayaran ka ng attendance mo.
But that,
Pero yung sa trabaho mo, bayad ka.
Bayad ka sa
Oo,
trabaho
sa
mo.
trabaho.
sa trabaho mo.
Yes.
Wala silang
Tapos-
magagawa. Paano kung 1 year yung kaso?
Well, depende na yan. Kumbaga, depende sa policy ng trabaho. Kung hanggat lang ang pwede mo ng ng jury duty. Pero as far as I know, lahat naman ng mga big
Pero
companies.
hindi ka naman nila pwedeng tanggalin dahil
Hindi kasi, hindi naman araw-araw na andun ka eh. Kumbaga, lang naman yung kada
Depende
hearing
lang man yan.
naman.
Kung may hearing lang man.
Oo. Hindi naman everyday hearing, hindi pa pwede yun. Pati gasolin may bayad. Sa akin, dinonate ko. Parang magkano lang yun?
Ay, di, tari.
Pag hindi ka napili, may bayad ka ata $4 o $6.
Basta maliit lang.
Pero pagka napili ka, I think minimum $40.
A day?
Hindi per hour.
Hindi.
Diyos ko, hindi na
As in,
mulubi ang
super liit lang talaga.
Kumbaga, parang...
Pero ba't kanina yung kaninang hearing, parang inaano ni Daddy, ni Red na Pinalalabas niya yung mga nagte-testify, yung mga doktor, yung mga ganyan, malalaki daw binayad yan.
Yung expert
Malaki.
witness.
Mga expert
Oo,
witness.
malaki.
Laki daw kasi parang ina niya, how much did you earn to this case?
Yes.
Oo.
Ang mga expert witnesses, malaki ang bayad.
Malaking bayad dyan.
Hindi niya masagot. 54K, kinita no, nung isang nagsasalta kanina. Oo.
Tulog, oh. Wow.
Per hour niya, magkano per hour noon?
Eh, parang may 1,000 something hours na daw siya
Oo,
nakalag.
hours.
Wow.
9 times
Eh, yung 54,000 na yan, sino nagbabayad yan? Government?
government, tax mo.
Government. Tapos pagka na anuan na, ang magbabayad, ang maniningil dun yung ano.
Yung may sala.
Oh.
Akala ko, sabi ko, Diyos ko, hindi sa dami ng kaso.
Talikain lang ako,
Government
baba
pala,
lang ako, sandali.
government
Balik
pala
ako.
nagbabayad.
Yung nga eh. Ang angal nga doon sa mga
Taxpayer.
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 Tapos nag-GoFundMe pa, no? Taxpayer na, tapos GoFundMe pa rin yung bayad sa abogado.
Pero si Daddy Red, ang ano niya,
Baba
I think
lang.
pro bono siya eh. Pro bono siya kay Lindsay, di ba?
Hindi daw eh.
Hindi me. Pero baba lang ang price niya.
Binaba daw niya, tapos si Lindsay nga, yung nanay ba yun, ma? Nagpa-GoFundMe nga daw, naka $1 million na nga daw.
Bago lang man yan
Hindi kailangan talaga nila kasi para maraming babayaran yan to establish ng mga evidence.
Yeah.
Oo.
Oo. So, binenta na nga yung bahay nila eh. Kasi,
Magulang ni Lindsay,
yes, magulang niya.
wala na silang bahay, ganun.
Wala na. Kasi, nung unang parang nagrenta na lang sila na malapit kay Lansay.
Pero pagka
Sa
nanalo yan sila, Diyos ko doy.
Tapos, yung sila kasi, saan ba yun siya nakatira? Tapos magbiyahe-biyahe every
Paano yun, Mi? Kahit manalo sila, ano makuha nilang pera kay Patrick? Yung, kunyari, wala namang ganun pa rin.
Hindi, kung ano ang judgment ng kasi may mga penal code yan eh.
Yes.
Ang magbabayad yan, taxpayer.
Ay, ganun? Taong bayan pa rin nagbabayad dyan.
Well, I mean, kaya nga ang mga judge, di ba? At saka may ban dyan. May nakaban dyan, Kikay. Hinihingan yan sila ng ban. In the event na hindi sila sa ban, kinukuha yun.
Wow. Ay, nakakaloka pala yung mga ganyang event.
Kaya yung iba dyan, galingan nila.
Special flavor. So white flavor.
They're removing the collar.
Sabihin ko, Your Honor, I would like to represent myself. And then I have a second counsel. Oh, dabang ka dyan.
GoFundMe, nag-support si Lindsay. Di yata yung parents niya. Awang ko sino nag-start.
Oh yeah, supporter, hindi parents niya.
Ape, supporter.
Supporter
Tapos,
niya.
sinasabi yan supporter, pero in reality, mga broker agent yan. Yung mga iba dyan. Tapos, papapirmahin nila ng kontrata yung parents. Pero may bayad din sila.
Hindi, may volunteer talaga
Hindi,
yun.
in reality, may mga ganyan. Kasi,
Ayun.
mami,
Yung kay
expose ako sa ganyan.
May. Oo, nag-GoFundMe siya para daw sa funeral ng anak, sa mga bata. Oo, nag-GoFundMe siya. 1.7 nga nakuha eh. Tapos daw para sa lawyer. Ganon. Plus may nakuha pa siya sa bahay, benta sa bahay. Yung kay Patrick kasi hinanap talaga nila ang naggawa ng GoFundMe na yun. Kung sino ang nag-apply, di ba? In-explain yun. Friendly Patrick. Tapos itong kay Lindsay, Nagpaalam pa siya sa kay Red, Daddy Red, ganon, bago siya nag-establish. Ang dami niyang ginawa bago na yung GoFundMe. Mm. Pero kay talaga, automatic, pag wala na ng, pag na ng bata, tapos nakalagay doon ang purpose.
Kumikita din ng GoFundMe. Yan.
Oo, kumikita. Yung kay Lency, nagpaalam pa yung gumawa niya ng supporter. Tapos siyang na, ito mag-GoFundMe na lang tayo para sa nasa siya, sa social media, in-announce talaga niya. Tapos, nung nag-okay si Daddy Red, yun. Tapos pinaalam sa pamilya. Pero ginawa ng supporter nung wala na talaga ang magulang ni Lency kasi everyday biyahe-biyahe, ganun. Tapos nagrerenta sila ng hotel pagpupunta doon sa Massachusetts, ganun. Kasi Minnesota ba yata yung parents ni Lency.
When you were drinking that Coke, the cap was already off and you were like,
Matulog na ako, ma'am. Work na tomorrow. Sorry, ha.
Bye.
Okay, goodbye, Your
Bye-bye, Mami
Honor.
Kay.
Good night,
Good night,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor. Bye.
Bye.
Nasabi nila na nakarinig sila ng magandang boses ng babae na kumakanta ng nakakaibang kanta na hindi nila maunawaan. Parang may kung anong gayuma o mahika ang boses ng babae na umaakit sa kanila, kaya tila nawala sila sa kanilang mga sarili. Hindi naman naniwala sa sinabi ng mga gwardiya si Mang Sonny at mas lalo pa niyang pinagalitan ng mga ito. Kami naman ni Lera ay natatawa na lang sa palusot ng mga gwardiya. Sa isip ko, kahit hindi ko pa alam kung sino ang killer, may mga nalalaman na akong hindi maganda at mga kapalpakan sa opisina. Kaya palihim na napapabuntong hininga na lang ako. Matapos makarinig ng sermon kay Mang Sonny, inutusan niya ang mga kasamang gwardya na hanapin ang tao pumasok sa basement. Isa-isang pumasok ang mga gwardya sa butas na naroon. Maya-maya, may narinig kaming mga boses na papalapit sa amin.
so may mga tanong-itanong.
$150?
Oo, nung ewan ko, Christmas ba yun or what?
Tapos mananalo kayo ng gasolito.
Sabi mo, asahan ko yan, ha?
Oo, ang galing pala. May po. Alam mo ka rin, May, hindi pa ako nakikita ng puno ng lansoni.
Ako nga, May, hindi nga eh. Natatandaan niyo yung movie, O resident lang?
Sino?
Yung girlfriend niya.
Ay, hindi, Ming. Ano pa lang siya?
Green card holder.
Green card.
Oh.
Fiancé visa yun, May. Fiancé.
Oo. Ang dali niya nakuha, no?
Magpapakasal yan sila within 90 days. Tapos saka ipoprocess.
Fiancé muna.
Kaya magpapakasal yan sila dito, then ipa-file na yung green card niya.
Naman yung fiancé sa Hawaii?
Oo, May. Buong US.
Ang gano'n ba? Akala
Kaya nga nakapunta. Kaya nga nakapunta eh. Dahil i-approve yung fiancé visa.
Ang sarap niya, guys.
Hindi mabuti. Saka ba naman masaya naman si Miss Jean? Importante yung masaya. Nagsiselos na nga si Miss Jean doon kay doon sa aso. Gusto katabi mo aso si Nobis.
Masaya na ngayon siya. Hindi na siya nag-iisa. Yung mother niya hindi na bumalik, ano?
Hindi na yata.
Nakita ko yun, nagagalit siya. Hindi na daw siya magbibigay uli sa mga kapatid niya. Ano kaya ako nangyari? Kasi ano yun eh, total support yun eh sa mga kapatid.
So, baka siyempre it's time na siguro, May.
Nag-draw siya ng line.
Matulog
Ginagamit ko yung
tayo.
phone ko ba?
Try.
Bukas isulat ko lahat ito para hindi tayo hilong-talilong. Rami, tingnan mo daw kay Ivan ka dyan kung, yun ba yun Ate Olive no, walang
Senator Judge Lacson, Senator Judge Padilla, and I just saw Senator Judge Bam. So we have time for one or two more Senator Judges before breaking for lunch. Senator Judge Rafi, you are recognized, sir. You may proceed. You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Kayo po ay nag-reply sa AOM from COA for the check number 244027 dated 20 December 2022. Ano po yung proseso na ginagawa nyo once kayo po ay nakatanggap ng AOM or disallowance?
Good morning, Your Honor. When we receive AOMs within the office, once we receive it, we inform of course, the Chief of Staff and of course also the head of agency of the AOM. We send them a copy for their information.
Do you investigate?
Once meron na pong instruction to kung sino po yung magko-conduct ng review, then that's the time po that we conduct a necessary review for...
Do you ask questions?
Yes, sir, to the concerned na mga...
To the
concerned na mga divisions.
What questions do you ask, for example?
Usually, sir, we ask point per point on what is...
Point per point, okay.
Point per point, what is indicated in the AOM so that we can also address the concerns point by point.
Very good. Now, isa sa mga AOM ay observation ng COA, kulang sa mga dokumento, halimbawa, itong sinabi rito, 170,000 at marami to by the millions. 170,000 for the payment of reward, opening closed medicines. Did you not ask? Ano ba talaga to? Anong klaseng medicine ang bili? Kasi ang pagkakalam ko, meron kayong pera from confidential funds, binigyan nyo doon sa informant para siya nang bumili ng medisina.
Yes, sir.
Did you ask kung anong medisina binili para sa medisina bibili ng informant, yung pera?
When the time na nag-consult po ako with the security officer, sir, I did not ask anymore on the specifics, but I ask on paano po yung naging process nila in terms of nung pag-release nung funds for the informants or for the agents.
Sir, you are a very highly educated person from prestigious schools. Come on, it doesn't make sense. It defies logic. Tatanungin mo dapat to protect Sarah kasi very close ka kay Sarah. Teka muna, anong klaseng mga medisina binili? Nasaan yung reseta? Kasi mali mo, baka namin hindi binili ng medisina, baka binili ng drugs, whatever, baka may nagbulsa ng pera. Dapat, yun kasi yung kailangan ng, COA, di ba? Resibo.
At the time po, sir, when I consulted with the security officer, sir, I was not able to ask anymore on
Why
the
not?
details, sir.
It's part of your job. In fact, pumirma ka doon sa pag-reply mo sa AOM.
I asked, sir,
So
kung ano
pumirma
yung
ka
process.
nakapikit. Yes, sir.
No, sir, hindi naman po na nakapikit, sir, because nagtanong naman po ako sa security officer namin, sir, on how it was released or implemented on the ground. So, kung ano po yung nabigay na information, sir, yun po yung nailagay ko sa pag-draft po ng reply to the AOM.
Hindi mo rin tinanong bakit pare-pareho yung signature sa different names ayon sa NBI, forensic. Tapos pare-pareho yung handwriting sa different names. Parang isang tao lang nag-fill up. Meron pa nga walang signature at nag-receive ng by the hundreds of thousands each. Sir, ask, bakit mo tinanong, hindi mo tinanong, bakit pusa, bakit ito si Pagong, pinagtatawanan tayo ng tao, etc. Why? Did you not ask?
Sir, at the time, sir, hindi ko po nakita yung mga acknowledgement receipts, sir. I was only made aware of the acknowledgement receipt, sir, when it was already shown during the HOR na mga hearings, sir.
Hindi kasi pag nagtanong ng attachment, then di ba sabi mo you ask questions point by point, you investigate, then kinuha mo sana yung mga dokumento and then pinakita sa iyo and then nagtanong ka point by point like you said, and then you are a very educated person, you should have asked a lot of questions to satisfy dun sa request ng COA.
Sir,
Kasi tulad yan, pusa, Pagong. Imposible hindi mo nakita yan. Tapos pare-pare yung pirma sa isang same handwritings para sa napakaraming pangalan at saka isang pirma sa napakaraming pangalan according to the NBA forensic. You didn't ask?
Sir, at the time po, sir, I did not see the acknowledgement receipts.
Come on, sir. Like I said, napakatalino mong tao sa credentials mo. Dating professor, Ateneo, UP, di ba? And then, now, parang, sorry sir, parang nagmaang-maangang ka. Again, is it blind loyalty? Thank you po. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Are you going for lunch or the roster ni Senator Judge Joel? Okay. I thought you were headed towards lunch already. Senator Judge Villanueva, as the last Senator Judge to interject before we break for lunch. You have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Witness, sinita po kayo ng COA dun sa pag-approve nyo ng disbursement voucher, no? Yung 125 million. At ang explanation nyo, delegated po sa inyo pag more than 1 million. Is that correct?
Yes po, sir. There is an office order, sir.
Ano yung extent of your authority? Ministerial approval or may responsibility din kayo na determine if this is lawful, properly supported, and authorized expenditure bago kayo pumirma?
There is also a level of checking, sir, if documentary attachments have been complied, sir, prior to the affixing my signature, sir.
Like?
Kung sa mga disbursement vouchers, sir, dapat merong mga supporting documents on the reasons for the request po, sir.
Like?
One of which, sir, say for example, there is an activity design, sir, which indicates kung ano yung mga activities to be done and the expenses for those activities.
Okay, nung winidraw po yung salapi, 125 million, sabi po ni Ms. Acosta, you accompanied her. Alam niyo po na after nung winidraw yung salapi, diretso po pinlace ito sa custody ni Colonel La Chica. Alam niyo po yan?
At the time, sir, I did not know, sir, kung ano yung arrangement nila ni Ms. Gina Acosta, sir. I just accompanied her to the bank, sir, as per her request.
So you have no knowledge?
I have no knowledge po, sir.
You're the disbursement officer, you don't have any knowledge, so wala ding written authority, no? Anyway, dun po sa testimony ni Ms. Acosta, sabi po niya, si Colonel La Chica was not bonded, yet the confidential funds were released to him because he was supposedly na siya yung mag-implement ng activities on the ground. As Assistant Chief of Staff, as disbursement voucher signatory, officially approving the DVs. Aware po ba kayo dito sa ganitong arrangement?
I had no personal knowledge po, sir, on that arrangement, sir.
Kasi kung ganun, parang sinasabi nyo na parang ministerial duty lang po yung sa inyo. Although kanina sabi nyo hindi po. Kasi why would you allow that, no? Then next question, Asek, kayo po mismo yung pumipirma sa dun sa November 30, 2023 OVP response to COA stating that all transactions involving the 125 million pesos were valid, proper, and regular, and explaining that the 40 million medical and food aid was given to persons conducting nationwide surveillance operations. Bago po ninyo ginawa, may factual representation po ba kayo sa COA? Ano po yung inyong ginawa, yung personal po ninyo na verify bago niyo po ito ginawa?
Sorry sir, the question again sir, just to be clarified lang sir.
Ulitin ko po yung question. Nung nag-respond po kayo dun sa COA that all transactions involving the 125 million were valid, proper, and regular, in-explain nyo din po yung 40 million medical and food aid was given to persons conducting nationwide surveillance operations. Bago po ninyo ito ginawa, yung factual representation po na iyon sa Commission on Audit, ano po yung inyong personal na ginawa to verify all of this?
I consulted po yung our security officer on how the implementation was done on the field, sir. And what was relayed to me, sir, yun po yung nilagay ko sa draft for the reply.
Ano po
sir.
yung hiningi nyo?
Information, sir, on how it was implemented, sir. So I asked if I can remember it right, sir, because it was quite a long time ago, sir. I asked kung paano yung manner of release of the funds on the ground, sir, and especially yung sa medical and food aid, sir. And what was relayed to me, sir, was that the funds were released to the informants or the agents through cash, and then based on their representation that they would need these funds for the purchase of medicines and supplies.
Binanggit niyo po dun sa AOM na lumabas na notice of suspension, wala pong nakalagay na misuse of funds. Right? So, ano po yung ginawa po ninyo after po lumabas ito? Despite the fact na wala ho kasi yung nakalagay na misuse of funds, pero nakalagay po doon yung lacking of documentary records to support yung ginawa po ninyo. Ano po yung inyong ginawa para makorek? From example, from AOM to before ma-issue yung notice of suspension, before ma-issue yung notice of disallowance. Ano po yung inyong ginawa to suffice yung hinahanap po ng Commission on Audit?
Based doon po sa mga points that were raised in the AOM, we provided answers for
But you
those.
also, before you answer, presiding officer, you agree na yung binanggit niyo po, no, there's no such word misuse of funds doon sa mga AOM, NS,
Yes, sir.
ND.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige po.
So we provided the documents that were required of us, sir, in support on the issues or concerns raised by the Commission on Audit.
And apparently, hindi po sila pumayag at hindi sila nag-agree because kulang pa rin po yung documents.
Based po sa NS, sir, ND, sir, meron pa pong mga hinihingi ang COA, sir. And that's why, as a response to the ND, sir, we also supply those information.
Yeah. Salamat po, salamat po. Gusto ko lang kung sabihin that indeed yung confidentiality may limit what can be disclosed to the public, but it cannot erase yung accountability within the government. Salamat po, Mr. Wiki.
Thank you, Senator Judge Villanueva. We shall declare and call a recess so that everybody can have lunch. Mr. Tonyo, you are excused from the witness stand. Kindly have lunch, and we expect you back. We expect everyone back at 1 p.m.
Your Honor, please.
Yes, Senator, the Honorable Luistro.
Your Honor, we just know if Colonel Boransing is already in the premises because we understand that the prosecution will be presenting him immediately after the recross of Mr. Ortonio.
He is not yet in the building, and we will address that when we reconvene. There's nothing we can do about it anyway at this point in time. We will
Thank you,
inform
Your
you of the circumstances before we resume at 1 p.m. We are on recess until 1 p.m. Kindly have a hearty lunch. Let's resume. Um, kindly situate Mr. Ortonio to the witness stand. Clerk of Court, throw us off.
Excuse me.
You are under the same oath, Mr. Ortonio. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Attorney Christine, your witness for your recross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ortonio.
Good afternoon, mamayang hapon.
Earlier, you were asked to confirm that the PFPs for the fourth quarter of 2022 and the first to third quarters of 2023 did not reflect that the confidential funds were used for the safe implementation of the OVP's Good Governance Program for 2022 and social economic delivery for 2023. Can you
Misleading,
recall
Your
that?
Yes, ma'am.
Misleading, Your Honor. Move to strike, Your Honor.
Why is it misleading, Attorney May?
Because, Your Honor, during the redirect examination, I never mentioned safe implementation.
Reform Council, I don't recall the word safe as well. But it was somewhere along those lines, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor. But actually, that was what registered to me. But can I continue, Your Honor?
You may continue, Attorney Christine.
But, Your Honor,
Okay.
we move to strike the answer of the witness.
So stricken off, reform your question, Attorney
Thank you, Your
Christine.
Honor.
I'm showing you the PFPs for 2022 and 2023. Your Honor, they are exhibits
Assisting counsels may approach.
D-1-23 OVP for the PFP for the year 2022 and D-1-49 OVP for the year 2023. Okay, do you have copies of those PFPs? Okay, let's go to the 2022 PFP. Now, I'm directing you to the second column of the PFP. Okay, it says there, safe implementation. Let's go to the 2022 PFP. It says there, safe implementation of the OVP initiatives and confidence building. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am, based on the documents presented.
And that is under the table, under the heading expected outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's go to the year 2023, CY 2023 PFP. Now I'm directing you also to the second column. It says there's safe implementation of OVP initiatives and confidence building. Do you confirm that?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is under the heading expected outcome.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You were also asked about the supposed submission of the PFP together with your letter or the Vice President's letter to the DBM dated August 22, 2022. Earlier, you were asked. And in fact, you were asked also to refer to section or item 3.24 of the joint circular.
Joint circular,
Do you
yes.
recall that? Now, do you also recall that in a letter dated September 15, 2022, the DBM requested that you submit the PFP in relation to your request for additional funding?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct, ma'am.
In fact, in compliance with such letter of the DBM, you submitted a copy of the PFP through your letter dated September 19, 2022.
Yes, ma'am, we transmitted that report, ma'am.
And as earlier mentioned, during your cross-examination, your submissions to the DBM, okay, I will rephrase, Your Honor. As earlier mentioned, okay, the DBM recommended the approval of your request for confidential funds to the Office of the President.
That's correct, ma'am.
In fact, the Office of the President approved the issuance of confidential funds
Objection, Your Honor.
to the OVP.
Let her finish the question, counsel. Are you done,
Objection,
Attorney
Your Honor.
Christine? What is the objection, counsel?
That was not covered by the redirect anymore, Your Honor.
In the discretion of the court, we will grant latitude. Counsel, overruled. Witness may answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Earlier also, you were asked whether you knew if confidential funds were used in the regular activities of the OVP. Do you confirm that?
Yes,
Your
I
Honor.
was asked earlier.
That was misleading, Your Honor. The question earlier, first, Your Honor, we move to strike because the question is misleading. What I asked was whether or not this witness has personal knowledge, not just any kind of knowledge, Your Honor, personal knowledge.
Okay, I will rephrase my question.
Kindly
using-
rephrase to
Yes,
include
Your Honor,
personal
using
knowledge.
the wordings of the counsel. You confirmed earlier that you were asked whether or not you have personal knowledge as to whether the confidential funds were used in the regular activities of the OVP.
Yes, ma'am.
As the one who drafted the AOMs and the response to the AOMs and the response to the notice of suspension, was there any findings in the AOMs? Was there any findings in the AOMs which relative to the supposed use of the confidential funds in the regular activities of the OVP?
Misleading, Your Honor.
If you can recall.
Misleading, Your Honor, because this witness could not have drafted the AOMs. The AOMs came from the Commission on
She
Audit.
corrected herself, counsel, the response to the AOM.
Yes, Your Honor.
Witness may
So I will repeat my question, Your Honor, for clarity. Now, as the one who
Attorney
drafted, as the one who drafted the responses to the AOMs, as well as the notice of suspension, if you can recall, was there any findings of the COA relative to the supposed use of the confidential funds in the regular activities of the OVP?
Not covered by the redirect, Your Honor. I never touched upon the AOMs during the redirect examination.
Same ruling, counsel. You may register in the court notes a continuing objection along these lines of questioning by the counsel. Witness may answer.
Based on the documents that we have received from COA, there was no any indication or any comment that the confidential funds were used for regular programs.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. We now proceed to the interjections of senator judges. Before we proceed to administrative matters facing the court today, we recognize our distinguished Senate President. Next in line, Senate President Owen Gatchalian. You may proceed, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Ortonio, nakita ko sa mga records na 6 na beses kayong pumirma ng reply to COA. Itong 6 na letters na ito ba ay nabasa, nakita, ipinakita kay Vice President Sara?
All the replies, sir, that were drafted were also sent to our Vice President for her information, for her reference and review.
So alam niya itong mga replies to COA?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And narinig ko rin sa inyong testimony na kinausap niyo si Acosta at si Colonel Lachica.
Yes, sir.
At base sa mga information nila, yun ang inilagay mo sa letter replies niyo to COA. Tama?
Yes, sir. That's correct, Your Honor.
Paki-narrate nga sa amin, ilang beses niyo pala na-meet si Colonel Lachica?
Sir, sa mga replies po, sir, I cannot exactly remember how many times, sir. But I can say more than once or twice, sir, I was able to meet Colonel Lachica to ensure na I get the information from him, sir, and that I'll be able to draft properly the replies to the AOMs.
So mga once or twice? Or
Around once or twice, sir. The exact number, sir, I cannot remember anymore, sir, because maraming beses, maraming documents po yung na-review, sir.
Pakikwento nga sa amin kung ano exactly yung kanyang sinabi sa inyo para ma-draft niyo itong reply.
For the AOMs, sir, I'll try to recall, sir, some of the issues that were raised on the AOM. So say, for example, sir, on the AOM comment regarding the use of the confidential funds for medical and food supply, sir. So tinanong ko po siya kung paano po in-implement on ground yung pagbigay ng medical and food supplies to the informants and the agents. So from there po, sir, na-mention niya, sir, na the funds were released to the informants and agents based on the representation that those funds will be used for the purchase of medical and food supplies.
Kwento mo dyan sa iyo na siya mismo ang nagbigay sa mga informants?
Sir, hindi ko na po ma-recall, sir, if he mentioned specifically if siya po yung ang nag-distribute personally, sir, doon sa on the ground, sir, or implemented the release on ground.
Pero ang kwento niya sa iyo, cash ang ibinigay sa informants, hindi medical supplies or other supplies.
That's correct po, Your Honor.
Kwento niya ba sa iyo na mayroon ba siyang kasamang iba sa pagbibigay nitong cash? Kasi libo-libo yung acknowledgement receipts.
Hindi niya po nakwento specifically, sir. Although if I can recall, sir, based on my record term niya, sir, but meron siyang mga people who go directly on the ground, sir.
Pero kinonfirm niya sa'yo na kinuha niya yung 500 million pesos.
500 million, sir?
Yes, in four different tranches.
For the different funds, sir. It is of my assumption, sir, na siya po yung napagbigyan ng funds, sir.
In 4 different tranches?
4 different tranches,
okay,
sir.
Nasabi niyo ba sa kanya na tinanong niyo ba sa kanya na yung mga ibang acknowledgement receipts ay questionable yung mga apelido?
Sir, at that time po, sir, I was not able to see the acknowledgement receipt, sir, because in the AOM, sir, the AOM indicated that we submit the DEPs or the documentary evidence of payment, sir. So I was not able to see it, sir. So nung binigay po sa akin ni Miss Gina Acosta yung mga DEP, sir, it was already in a sealed box, sir, and then we submitted that together with our reply to COA.
Paano niya raw dinistribute yung mga pera? No, kasi 500 million to, thousands and thousands of acknowledgement receipts. Paano niya ikunento sa inyo na dinistribute niya itong mga pera? Sino itong mga informants niya? Kasi kayo gumawa ng AOM, anong reply to the
Reply,
AOM.
sir.
So, I would assume na tinanong niyo yung methodology ng pagdi-distribute niya.
Sir, based on my recollection lang, sir, he mentioned na, yun nga, sir, meron siyang mga people, sir, who worked on the ground.
Wah, duka pa ko.
At Sean, at yun ang ginamit niyo sa inyong reply to the COA. Bakit buo yung, nakita ko bakit buo yung tiwala, hindi kayo nag-probe na mga additional questions considering na kayo ang nag-justify nito sa COA at kayo pumirma, no, dito sa COA. So bakit parang kung ano sinabi niya, yun na lang ang linagay niyo sa inyong reply?
Well, first, sir, is because he's the security officer, sir. So, I believe, sir, na siya yung the best person that can provide the information. And then, second, sir, as the security officer, sir, he was designated by our head of agency, which I believe also gave the trust and confidence to him to implement the activities. So, kung ano po yung na-mention ni Colonel Chica sa akin during the time when I checked or ask for questions, yun po yung pinagbasihan ko for the drafting of the reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Senate President. Senator Judge Ontiveros is recognized for her interjections. You have 2 minutes, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready.
Salamat po, Mr. Presiding Officer. Mr. Tonyo, tama po ba na lahat ng ginagawa ng OVP tungkol sa confidential funds, so request, amounts, justifications, use at pagsagot sa mga puna ng COA, tama po ba na lahat ng ito ay dinesisyonan at inaprubahan ni VP Duterte?
Based on the mga replies, ma'am, yes, I was able to provide a copy to the head of agency, ma'am. Again, being the head of agency, ma'am, I provided her with the information.
At base doon, dinesisyonan at inaprubahan niya ang lahat ng ito?
Yes, and from that time, ma'am, we signed off on the document for submission to the Commission on Audit.
With the last touch or final sign-off being that of VP Duterte?
Yes, ma'am. Being the head of agency, ma'am, we sought her approval on it, ma'am.
At sang-ayon po ba kayo na bilang yung ganong head of agency na si VP Duterte ang responsable at pinaka-responsable sa lahat ng iyan?
Well, being the head of agency, ma'am, I believe that kailangan niyang malaman lahat ng mga nangyayari. And I know, ma'am, na si Ma'am Inday really wants to know details, no, especially on implementation of the different activities that we do in the office. So it is really meron talagang involvement in terms of ensuring that things are properly implemented within the office.
And based on that knowing, batay sa kaalamang iyon, siya ang pinaka-responsable sa kabuang iyan.
Based on that, ma'am, being the head of agency, ma'am, I would say so, ma'am.
Alright. Gano'ng katagal niyo na po kilala si VP Duterte?
Siguro, ma'am, more than 10 years, ma'am. I started working together with her, ma'am, in 2008.
At saan po so almost 20 years pala. So at saan po at paano niyo siya nakilala?
Nakilala ko po siya, ma'am, bilang Vice Mayor sa Davao City, ma'am. And then at the time, ma'am, when they were looking for several staff members for the office of the Vice Mayor, I submitted an application, ma'am.
At magkakilala rin po ba kayo ni Ms. Gina Acosta kahit bago po kayo nakipagtrabaho sa isa't isa sa OVP?
I knew of Miss Gina Acosta, ma'am, during my employment, ma'am, with Sangguniang Panlungsod during the time ni Ma'am Inday as the Vice President, ma'am, and Vice Mayor as the Vice Mayor.
So prior sa OVP, magkakilala at magkatrabaho na po kayo?
Kilala ko po si Miss Gina, nakikita ko po siya sa Sangguniang Panlungsod.
And then, what about po si Colonel Lachica? Magkakilala na rin po ba kayo at magkatrabaho bago kayo magkatrabaho sa OVP?
I first knew of Colonel Lachica, ma'am, when I was already with the Office of the Vice President, ma'am.
So would you say po na nasa circle of trust kayo ni VP Duterte? Kayo ni na Miss Gina Acosta, Colonel Lachica at kayo nga po?
Well, ma'am, I can only answer for myself, ma'am. In terms of working relationship, ma'am, I would say that I have the trust and confidence of the VP in terms of doing duties that are assigned to me.
Pero sasabihin nyo ba na walang trust at confidence si VP Duterte kay Ms. Gina Acosta?
I cannot categorically say, ma'am, but I would say, ma'am, na could be, baka meron po, considering that there are also duties and functions that are being entrusted to them.
In fact, kung mas candid pa po tayo, madali naman siguro kahit from an observation at hindi lang observation dahil malapit yung katrabaho na may trust and confidence. What about po si Colonel Lachica? Sasabihin nyo ba na walang trust and confidence si VP Duterte sa kanya?
Considering, ma'am, that he is the group commander of the Vice Presidential Security and Protection Group, ma'am, I would say, ma'am, I would say that she may have the trust and confidence.
Again, kung mas kaya nating maging candid, of course, lalo na kung security officer ng isang public official, of course, may trust and confidence. Otherwise, hindi ipagkakaloob ang kaligtasan sa kamay niya. Lastly po, napaksa for now, paano pong, and winding up Mr. Presiding Officer, paano pong sinama kayo ni Miss Gina Acosta dun sa pag-encash ng mga cheque? Halimbawa, kung kailangan po ni Ms. Acosta ang tagabuhat ng bag, ng cash, bakit po kayo in particular ang sinama niya?
I cannot answer, ma'am, kung bakit ako po ang naisama ni Miss Gina Acosta. But at
Hindi
the
lang
time,
naisama pero sabi nyo, hiniling niya sa inyo na kayo yung sumama.
yes, ma'am.
So bakit po?
When she requested me, ma'am, to accompany her, ma'am, sinamahan ko naman po siya, ma'am, because at the time na itanong niya na magpapasama siya, I was available naman, ma'am. And because of the request, ma'am, I accompanied her going to the bank.
So simpleng nagkataon, walang reason kung bakit kayo yung isinama niya. You were the warm body who happened to be available.
Again, ma'am, I cannot say kung ano yung pinaka-reason behind po ni Miss Gina, but when she requested me that I accompany her, ma'am, I said yes, ma'am. Nung
Winding up on
nag-request
this topic, Mr. Presiding Officer, sinamahan niyo rin po ba si Miss Gina Acosta nung iabot kay Colonel La Chica yung pera?
No, ma'am. I actually did not. I was not aware, ma'am, of the arrangement, ma'am, with Colonel La Chica, ma'am.
At huli po on this topic, Mr. Presiding
Kindly
Officer.
wind up.
Winding up, Mr. Presiding Officer. Nabanggit niyo po na alam ninyo yung joint circular on confidential and intelligence funds. Hindi niyo po ba naisip na violation ang pagbibigay ni Ms. Acosta kay Colonel La Chica ng bulto-bultong cold cash?
Ma'am, because again, ma'am, I was not aware of the arrangement, ma'am, but when I was doing the replies, ma'am, to the AOM, and of course, I also checked on the JC, ma'am, the pagpili po ng mga ng person to implement the different activities of the confidential activities and to designate a security officer is indicated also in the JMC and is within the authority of the head of agency. So yun po yung pagkakaintindi ko at the time. So with that, ma'am, I saw it that it was the manner of how the funds were handled, ma'am, was following a regular process, ma'am, based on the GMC, based on my understanding.
But then again, Mr. Ortonio, in closing, yung close reading ng JMC, nasabi nyo nga familiar kayo, would show na hiwalay pa sa usapin ng implementation, yung paghawak ng pondo ay dun lamang sa isang katulad ni Ms. Gina Acosta at hindi pwedeng ipagkatiwala bilang accountable officer siya, hindi pwedeng ipasakamay sa iba.
Ang understanding ko po, ma'am, yes, the disbursement is with the special disbursing officer, but the implementation, ma'am, was done through the security officer.
Of course, hindi po ko po tinatanong yung implementation. Tinatanong ko po yung violation ng JMC na alam ninyo nung tinurn over ni Ms. Gina Acosta ang bulta-bultong cash kay Colonel La Chica. Something that I simply think should not and could not have escaped your eyes, Mr. Ortonio.
Yes, ma'am. Again, ma'am, based on for the 2022, ma'am, I could not recall that that was a concern, ma'am, in the AOMs, ma'am. Although for the 2023, ma'am, na notice for disallowance, ma'am, it is subject for reply also on our end, ma'am, and we are currently drafting also a reply for that one.
And of course, given the strict internal controls na siguro kayo yung pinaka may oversight sa opisina, even prior further communications from COA, after yung unang pagpansin nila sa last quarter 2022, di dapat nag-exert kayo ng higit na pagbantay the next 3 quarters of 2023.
Ma'am,
Kindly wind up, Senator Judge Riza.
Yes, winding up now, Mr. President.
Your Honor, we were able to receive the audit observation memo for 2022 in October 4 of 2023. So we got the observations po, ma'am. We already got the AOM, ma'am, and yung 3 quarters for 2023 was already implemented.
Again po, Mr. Ortonio, even prior any further communications from COA, dahil familiar kayo sa JMC, sabi nyo nga, dapat alam nyo na po yun. Dagang salamat, Mr. Ortonio.
Thank you, Senator
Maraming
Judge
salamat po,
Riza.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Lacson, you may proceed with the interjections when you're ready, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Ortonio.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
You know, even setting aside your educational background and your work experience, it is not difficult to conclude na matalino kayong tao, you're an intelligent person, and an intelligent witness, as well. So, kayo po yung Assistant Chief of Staff ng OBP.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kayo rin yung concurrently Administrative and Financial Officer.
As the Assistant Chief of Staff, sir, I oversee the Administrative and Financial Officer.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So, effectively, kayo yung Admin and Financial Officer.
Yes, sir, I oversee the Admin and Finance, sir.
You know, kanina kasi, upon questioning ni Attorney Christine, she kept referring to the regular programs under the Office of the Vice President. No? Natatandaan niyo yun? So it aroused my curiosity. No? Pinapull out ko sa staff yung General Appropriations Act ng 2022 as well as 2023. So we found out, papabasa ko sa inyo para hindi ma-charge sa oras ko. No? For 2022, under the regular to Good Governance Program, merong 621.6 million pesos. Pakibasa nyo na lang, kayo na lang.
Sorry, sir, hindi ko makita, sir. Okay, for fiscal year 2022, sir, under Good Governance Program, General Appropriations Act, 621.6 million, sir.
Please continue.
And then, Physical and Financial Plan for the Confidential and Intelligence Funds, 125 million for the fourth quarter. And then for fiscal year 2020.
Under the same program, Good Governance Program.
Good Governance
Under
Program.
the PFP.
Under the PFP,
Okay, please
sir.
continue.
And then for fiscal year 2023, socio-economic program delivery, 2.21 billion
Billion, yeah.
billion under General Appropriations Act, and then 500 million for 125 million first quarter, 125 million second quarter, 125 million third quarter, and 125 million fourth quarter.
Okay. For a total of 500 million more.
500 million.
Okay. Next slide. I-juxtapose ko naman yung next slide, wag na yan. I-juxtapose ko yung 2022 at saka 2023 OBP Physical and Financial Plans, Confidential Intelligence, dalawang budget years. Pakibasa yung last quarter, physical target.
Baka pwede pong ma-request na
Okay, Zoom. Pwede bang hindi charge sa time ko ako magbabasa? Okay. Letter A, number of identified areas with surveillance conducted and monitored. Letter B, percentage of activities implemented without and toward security-related incidents. Paulit-ulit po ito, no? So, sabi ko kanina, kayo naman ay mukhang matalinong tao at matalinong witness. Ano pong analysis nyo dyan?
On the...
Very simply, paano nyo i-analyze yung ganitong klaseng mga descriptions?
These are the activities that will be done,
I
sir.
know. Pero
Yes,
kung
sir.
i-analyze nyo, ano ibig sabihin nito? Hindi ba ito insulto sa common sense? Hindi man lang nyo binago ng konti, at least si Colonel Lachica siguro ito. No? Unang-una, regular program, sana man lang, pagdating sa PFP, binago nyo yung nomenclature. Tapos, under the physical target, yung column, sana man lang, binago nyo yung activities. Copy-paste eh. Again, ulitin ko, tingin ko sa inyo, matalinong tao, matalinong witness. Anong tingin nyo rito? Kung i-describe nyo in one word.
Sir, I cannot...
Ako na mag-describe. I think it's stupid. Sana man lang, binago-bago niya ng konti. Maraming salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Next would be Senator Judge Padilla.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Tagapamahalang Hukom. Meron lang po akong tanong sa ating saksi. Opo. Ginoo, sa palagay niyo po ba karapat-dapat lamang na gumamit ng alias kapag confidential fund ang pinag-uusapan?
Sir, as someone who does not know, sir, implementations of parang mga confidential activities on the ground, sir, I cannot, hindi po ako makakasagot ng maayos, sir, kung pwede po ba or hindi. But based on information that I got, sir, no, when I consolidated the answers for the OM, sir, hindi naman po siya na-mention sa akin po ni Colonel Lachica. But I know, sir, that activities, confidential activities are considered to be sensitive. And there might be individuals or groups that need to be somehow protected, sir, because of the information that you would be getting from those people, sir. So, yun po yung tingin ko, sir. Hindi ko categorically masasabi na pwede po yung alias or hindi. But going back to the JMC also, sir, sa Joint Memorandum Circular, there is no specific provision, sir, that indicates kung paano po yung paglagay ng mga pangalan sa documentary evidence of payments.
Maraming salamat po. Pero po akong tanong sa prosecution. Magandang hapon po. Napakaganda po ng inyong ngiti.
Good
Opo.
afternoon din po, sir.
Opo. Batid po ba ninyo ngayon, mga petsa na to, kung ano ang pinagdiriwang natin sa Pilipinas? Magmula po 19 hanggang 30.
Buwan ng wika daw po, sir.
Bukod po sa buwan ng wika,
National Heroes Day.
National Heroes Day. Ito po ay hango sa ating mga bayani. Tama po ba?
Opo.
Opo. Naniniwala po ba kayo na ang ating mga bayani ay may mga alias? Kilala niyo po ba sila Di Masalang?
I'm sorry po sa aking history teacher.
Ayan, opo.
Hindi ko na po maalala.
Ito po ang pinakamagandang panahon para maipaalala po sa inyo na ang ating mga bayani ay gumamit ng mga alias. Di Masalang, Siling Labuyo, Tikbalang, Tagailog, May Pag-asa, Buwan, Magdalo, Leon Kilat, Vibora, Lakambini, Paralitiko, Dimas, Alipato, Liwanag, Balite, at marami pa pong iba. Ano po ang kahalagahan dito, palagay po ninyo? Ang alias po, anong kahalagahan?
Well, first, sir, Your Honor, I cannot comment because I'm not sure of the circumstances surrounding their use of alias. Under the anti-alias law, sir, inaalaw naman po yung paggamit ng alias provided kailangan po nakabanggit din, nakadisclose kung ano yung real name. So it's not completely prohibited provided they also provide the real
Opo,
the real name.
pakisagot lang muna po yung tanong ko bago po yung explanation po ninyo. Pakisagot lang po kung narinig nyo na po yung mga alias na yan. Ngayon lang po nyo narinig.
Some of it po, Your Honor, to be candid, some of it I've already heard.
Magmula po 1892 hanggang 1896, ginagamit po nila ang mga alias na yan. Nagkaroon lang po ng isang traidor, ang pangalan ay Teodoro Patiño, na nagbulgar sa Katipunan. Alam po ba niyo yun?
Yes, Your Honor. But the circumstances then were different because we were
Bakit po iba?
under...
Bakit po iba? Bakit po na iba?
May gera po nun, sir, and we were under
Wala po ba tayong
occupation.
gera sa NPA? Ang NPA po, merong mga alias. Meron pong ka-Cobra, ka-Agila, ka-Lawin, ka-Tigre, ka-Kapre, ka-Sirena, ka-Adobo, ka-Sinigang, ka-Pansit, ka-Tinola, ka-Sile, ka-Kamote, ka-Bawang, ka-Maxi, ka-Labuyo.
Strictly speaking,
Lahat po yan,
sir,
ginagamit
iba po
na
yung
alias.
internal armed conflict, iba naman din po yung war.
Bakit po na iba? Pareho po itong clear and present danger sa atin. So ang gusto ko lamang pong ipaalam sa ating prosecution, na napakahalaga po ng alias sa panahon ng... Kayo po, sagutin po nyo, sa panahon ng...
Gera, sir. Your Honor.
Ang confidential po, ang pagkilos confidential ay napakahalaga at hindi po ginagamit ang pangalan at hindi po pumipirma. At alam niyo po ba, noong September 12, 1896, ano nangyari? Nagkaroon tayo ng 13 martires. Yung mga nagtraidor ay itinuro ang mga totoong pangalan, totoong lugar, kung nasaan yung mga sumusuporta sa Katipunan.
If I may, Your
One last na lang po.
Kindly wind up, Senator
One last na lang
Padilla.
po.
If I may, Your Honor, just address your question earlier. With all due respect, Your Honor, the prosecution respectfully submits that whether the use of alias is allowed or not and whether it's necessary or not, to us, that is a non-issue because that was never raised
Hindi po
by
pwedeng
the...
maging non-issue sapagkat ito po ang ipinalalabas ng prosecution.
If I may, Your
Na may
Honor,
mga pangalan na mga katawa-tawang pangalan. Mas nakakatawa po itong mga pangalan nung nangyari nung araw.
with all due
At isa
respect,
pa
Your
po,
Honor,
isa na lang
if
po. Kasi isa na lang po.
Kindly wind up,
Ito
Senator
na lang po.
Padilla.
Kilala niyo po ba kung sino si Marshal Bonifacio?
to be candid, Your Honor,
Oh.
I'm not
Sino po?
familiar.
Si Benigno
I'm sorry,
Aquino
Your Honor.
Jr. Si Ninoy. Siya mismo may alias. Maraming salamat po.
Your Honor, if I just may, Your Honor, just to set the record straight, because it was made to, with all due respect to the Senator Judge,
Mr.
it was...
Presiding Judge, allowed ba yun?
I was about to make a ruling.
Maraming salamat po.
There was no question posed or poised, Attorney May. Let's proceed to the next Senator Judge who will interject. By the way, did you intentionally get rid of the platform?
Yes, Your Honor, because we were not expecting that I'd be called again, Your Honor, to make way for the Honorable Chair of the
Okay.
panel of
Understood.
prosecutors, Your Honor.
Understood. Senator Judge Aquino,
Thank
you're
you.
recognized for interjection. You may proceed, sir, when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
So bago po yung 2 minutes, Mr. Presiding Officer, tama po, si Ninoy Aquino po ang kanyang alias ay Marshal Bonifacio para makauwi po siya sa Pilipinas nung nasa Boston siya. Oho, pero wala naman po siyang confidential funds na, wala po siya sa mga AR na confidential funds. Lilinawin ko lang ho. Okay, pagdating po sa prosecution, ang posisyon ng prosecution, yung mga pangalan ay totoong tao, di ba? Correct, no? You have not really mentioned aliases in any of your... Wala. Could you respond quickly? We have talked about aliases. Is the prosecution talking about aliases?
That was never our point, Your Honor. In fact, the point of the prosecution is that that was never raised by the defense, either in their answer or in their pre-trial brief, Your Honor. So to us, that should be a non-issue because even them, they never claimed that in any of their pleadings before
Okay,
this
thank you.
honorable court.
Okay, klaklaruin ko lang ha. Ang siyang tao lang pong nagsabi na alias po sila, si Miss Gina Acosta in her testimony. Kanina po, sabi niyo rin na Mr. Ortonio na hindi siya alias or hindi niyo alam. But si Miss Gina Acosta in her testimony did admit that in her perspective, these are aliases. No, just for the record po. Okay. So ito po yung mga tanong ko po. Sana po ito lang yung 2 minutes ko, Mr. Presiding Officer. So unang-una, Mr. Ortonio, you're very competent. Thank you for your answers. And I want you to answer just very candidly, no? Ano po yung naging personal reaction ninyo nung napag-usapan na yung possible misuse of the confidential funds at nung na-bring up na yung mga tawagin din nating katawa-tawang pangalan na parang klaro naman ay hindi naman talaga totoong tao? Ano po yung personal reaction po ninyo?
Initial reaction, sir, would be, of course, merong questions, sir, no? There would be questions. But again, sir, I go back to the presumption, sir, that there is regularity in terms of the implementation, sir.
Okay. So, may I ask, since you're in the top leadership of the OVP, nung nabibring up na to, ano yung personal reaction, kung alam nyo lang, ng Vice President, ng Chief of Staff, other leaders in your group nung napag-usapan na posibleng nabigay yung pera sa mga kakaibang pangalan o baka hindi totoong tao, what was your reaction? What was their reaction? Would you know? Nag-meeting ba kayo? Did you call for an emergency meeting? Did you have a huddle in your office to talk about this?
Sir, because yung AOM, sir, because it was sent to my office, sir, pina-personally received sa akin, sir, on behalf of the Vice President. Of course, I provided a copy to the Chief of Staff, sir, and the Vice President. Ang naging instruction lang naman po sa akin, sir, was to respond to the AOMs and make consultations with the Special Disbursing Officer and Security Officer para masagot yung mga concerns or issues raised by COA.
Okay, yan yung mga actions nyo, Mr. Ortonio. I'm asking about your reaction. Kinabahan ba kayo? Were you worried? Were you concerned? Was there any concern shown by the Vice President, by the Chief of Staff, by people in your office na posible itong perang ito ay hindi nagamit sa tama?
On the matter of concern, sir, I think there is a concern considering that there is already an immediate instruction, sir, to reply to the AOM.
That's the
sir.
AOM. Let's go to the bringing up of these names in Congress. Nung lumabas na yung piatos, pusa, pagong, mga ganyan, were you concerned na yung pera ng bayan posibleng hindi nagamit sa tama at ito'y pinirmahan mo at ito'y nakapangalan sa inyong opisina, for example? Were you concerned?
Sir,
Honestly.
parang immediate reaction, sir. Yes, sir, but nung as the hearings went on, sir, parang binabalikan ko yung AOM, sir. Hindi kasi po siya na-raise doon sa AOMs. So parang nabawasan po yung concern ko, personal concerns ko with those acknowledgement receipts.
Did you call for an internal investigation after na-reveal yung mga pangalan na kakaiba? Nagpatawag ba kayo ng investigasyon sa inyong opisina?
I personally did not, sir, hindi na po ako nagpatawag.
Did your office call for an internal investigation?
On that matter, sir, I do not know, sir, if there is an instruction coming from the head of agency, sir. But personally to me, sir, none, sir.
Okay. So, ito kasi, Mr. Ortonio, no, sa aking opisina, more than 10 years ago, meron kaming nahanap na isang staff na ibang resibo yung ginamit sa liquidation. Wala pa atang 5,000 pesos to sa totoo lang. Hindi nga niya binulsa eh. No? Meron siyang dapat hotel receipt, nawala niya, gumamit siya ng hotel receipt ng ibang tao. That already elicited an internal investigation on our part. In the end, pinaalis namin yung staff na yon na kilala namin, kaibigan namin. 5,000 lang yun. So the common response we are looking for is that kapag pera to ng bayan, aksyon ka agad at hanapin nyo talaga kung saan nagamit tong pera to. Kaya I'm really wondering what were the actions and reactions of people. So ito yung tanong ko rin, no? Mahalaga ba sa inyo, mahalaga ba sa iyo, sir, na yung perang ito ay nagamit sa tama? Na hindi ito nagamit sa mali o nabulsa lang?
Yes, sir. It is important to me, sir, because in the years na nakasama ko rin po si Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, sir, she also would want na money is spent properly for what it is intended to be used for.
Okay, last question, Mr. Presiding Officer. During all of this time, pinatawag mo ba si Colonel La Chica o pinatawag ba siya ni Chief of Staff Lopez or ni Vice President? Would you know? Kinausap mo ba? Tinanong mo ba? Colonel, itong mga pangalang ito, sino ba talaga to? Totoo ba to? Bakit nakalagay medicine pero cash talaga yung binigay? Kasi sa totoo lang, sir, yung nakalagay doon gamot pero cash ang binigay na pambili ng gamot, cash pa rin yun. Diba? So in short, yung 500 million parang puro cash yun. Wala man talagang supplies or tables and chairs because that presupposes na ang binili nyo yung tables and chairs or supplies. You actually gave cash na 500 million. Pinatawag nyo po ba si Colonel La Chica at tinanong, as public officers, we have to exercise the diligence of a good father of a family, no? That's in our oath. So pinatawag niyo po ba ng inyong opisina at pina-explain kung nasaan ba itong perang to?
Sir, I was only able to request na makausap si Colonel Lachica in relation only to the response to the AOM, sir.
So hindi niyo po natanong itong mga specific questions na ito dun sa mga spesipikong mga pangalan, mga AR, mga ganyan?
At that time, sir, when I was drafting the AOM, sir, no, sir, because I had no knowledge, sir, of the AR, sir.
Salamat, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Senator Judge Aquino. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo is recognized.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ginoong Testigo. Alam niyo ba na si Colonel Lachica ay hindi po banded? And therefore, wala pong karapatan na mag-disburse na CIF. Alam niyo po ba ito? Hindi.
I know that si Colonel Lachica po is not bonded, and as far as I know po, ang special disbursing officer po is si Miss Gina Acosta.
Pero sa pagkaalam po ninyo, pwede po siyang humawak ng ganyang kalaking pera at ayaw mo ninyong sabihin na disburse, kundi implementation na may kahit na hindi po siya banded, pwede siya mag-disburse or mag-implement ng ganong kalaking pera.
Sir, I believe, sir, with his designation as the security officer, sir, he was tasked to implement the different activities on ground.
So, hindi nyo na po question si Ginang Acosta or si Colonel Lachica dahil may instruction po sa task. Tama po ba yun? Is that to my understanding, sir?
Hindi ko na po natanong, sir, because there is already a delegation or designation for the both of them for the activity, the different tasks that
Saan
we
po
will be
galing
doing.
yung designation, sir? Can you
The
recall my memory?
The designation po, sir, came from the head of agency, sir, the vice president.
All right. Sir, sabi mo kanina, I don't know kung kalimutan ko, nasa break room po kanina. Sabi mo, wala kang alam paano ginastos ang confidential fund when nag-usap po tayo. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, sir.
You have no idea. Pero I just was wondering, bakit kayo po ang sumasagot ng Audit Observation Memorandum o AOM ng COA kung wala kayong alam sa paggasta ng confidential fund? Gayon, ang AOM po, tama po ba, correct me if I'm wrong, ay ito po ay kumikon sa mga errors, exception, or deficiencies sa audit po ng COA?
For my office po, sir, whenever we receive AOMs, for our officers sa OVP, when we receive AOM, sir, it's the chief of staff it's the chief of staff or the chief of staff and the assistant chief of staff, sir, who responds to AOMs on behalf of the institution.
Pero sabi niyo po, kayo po sumasagot ng AOM.
Yes, sir. That's part of the tasks that are given to us, sir, together with the chief of
How
staff.
can you, I was just wondering kanina po, sir, how can you answer sagot ng tama? The only way to do that is you will lie.
That's why po, sir, meron pong instruction that was given to me, sir, by the head of agency, sir,
Na?
to talk with the special disbursing officer and the security officer para makuha po yung mga information from them and malatag po doon sa reply to the AOM.
So your reply was only based on what they said, what they told you.
That's correct, sir.
Ayon, without documents, resibo, etc. None of that. Just plainly na, Ginoong Antonio, dito po namin ginastos yung pera, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, sir. I consulted with them, sir, for the reply, sir.
Hindi ka ba, kahit na katiting man lang na duda, sir, na medyo mali yata paggasta ng confidential fund ng OVP ni Colonel Lachica, hindi mo lang sumagi sa'yo na medyo may duda ka na something's wrong here, wala man lang, none at all?
At that time, sir, may yung mga issues naman, sir, and when I consulted with the security officer, he was able to provide a reply naman, sir. So, although yes, initially, parang you would question, sir, no? But with the replies that I got from the security officer, sir, we were able to respond to them already to COA.
The reason why I asked you that, witness, was that Nandiyan po kayo, syempre po yung tiwala ng VP po sa inyo. Di mo lang ninyo naisip na, teka mali ito, baka sumabit si VP Sara, sumabit ang OVP. Baka hindi naman talaga nagastos ni Carla Chica, baka hindi talaga napupunta sa kungkan. Di ho lang ninyo naisip. Or didn't you tell the Vice President, ma'am, ano ho kaya? Pwede bang tanungin ninyo ito or pwede ba silipin? Hindi mo lang nakausap si VP. Hinayaan nyo lang hinayaan na tumuloy-tuloy for several months, several quarters yung ganitong klaseng expenditure. Nobody informed the Vice President.
Sir, hindi naman po na hinayaan, sir, because all the replies naman po, sir, are also given to the Vice President for her review and final approval before it is being signed and to be sent to the Commission and
When you
Audit.
sign the report, sir, alam na po ni VP. Is that what you're saying? Nakita niya na po na pinambili ng ganito, ng information, ng gamot, ng mga lamesa, na alam na ng VP before you signed it.
Before I signed it, sir.
So dumaan na sa table ni VP.
Yes, sir.
Kindly wind up,
Thank
Senator
you
Judge
po,
Erwin.
Ginong Testigo. Mr. Presiding Officer,
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Judge Erwin. To avail of the first round, Senator Judge Marcos, you are recognized, ma'am. You may proceed when you're ready. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, maraming salamat, Mr. Ortonio. Medyo nalilito lang po kami dahil paiba-iba yung explanation. Nag-umpisa sa PFP. Bakit iba yung 2022 PFP kung saan maliwanag na nakasaad good government lamang. Pero nung nagsulat kayo, yung request ninyo sa DBM noong 22 August ng 2022, ang sinabi na dalawang bagay. Good governance plus conduct of official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events. Bakit nagbago na siya samantalang dapat yung request talagang parehong-pareho dun sa PFP?
Ma'am, I cannot specifically answer, ma'am, on kung bakit po good governance lang po yung nailagay doon because again, ma'am, I was not hindi po ako part ng pag-craft nung nung PFP po.
Hindi ka pa kasali noon sa PFP, ganun ba yon?
Yes, ma'am, I'm not part of the drafting of the PFP.
Pero hindi kayo nasabihan na hindi ito matching doon sa PFP, yung request na sinulat?
There was no comment, ma'am, when we submitted it to the DBM, ma'am.
Tapos, nung certification na, liquidation na to, nung 17 October 2023, nagbago na naman. Ang sinabi na naman, hindi good governance, hindi na conduct of official engagement, ang sabi na no untoward incident in the implementation of OVP programs. Bakit pa iba-iba yung wording maski sa certification?
Again, ma'am, for the certification, ma'am, I cannot provide information, ma'am, because it was the security officer who handled it, Your Honor.
Akala ko may supervisory and administrative power ka kasi nga assistant kayo ng Vice Presidente. Hindi ba nagre-report sa inyo yung mga security officer kahit papano? Kasi madadamay ka rin yan sa COA. Bakit pa iba-iba from PFP to budget request to certification, hindi nagtutugma?
First, ma'am, on the matter of the different wordings, ma'am, if I can recall, Your Honor, it was never raised also in the audit observation memo, ma'am. So it is something na we did not anymore look into when we were preparing the replies. And then for the second concern, ma'am, if the security officer is reporting to me, ma'am, unfortunately, ma'am, the security officer does not report to me. I only handle overall supervision for the Administrative and Financial Services and Strategy Management Office in relation to regular funding po, ma'am.
I see. So yung security officer, kanino nagre-report?
The security officer, ma'am, directly reports to the head of agency, Vice
So kaya
President.
sa iyo, Mr. Ortonio, at saka kay Attorney Lopez, hindi na nagre-report yun?
In the performance po ni Colonel Chica as security officer, no longer, ma'am.
So masasabi mo ba na wala kang personal knowledge kung saan ginastos ni Colonel Chica dun sa confidential funds?
No, ma'am. I would have no personal knowledge, ma'am.
Okay, that will be all. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Rafi Tulfo, you are recognized, sir. You may proceed when you're ready, and you have 2 minutes.
Mr. Witness, sakitin ba ang marami sa inyo mga informants? May mga malalang sakit ba sila?
Sir, that I would have no personal knowledge po, sir.
You should. Kasi ito, ang dami. 170,000, 50,000, 200,000 each informant. So para mabigyan nyo ng napakalaking halaga bawat isang informant pambili ng gamot, dapat magtataka ka. Anong gamot kayong bibili nito? Bilang isang intelihenteng tao, I know you're very intelligent, you're very smart. Did you not try to ask? O at least nagtaka? Baka may rheuma, arthritis, nagpapakimo, should have asked. At kung mga bata nga, inquisitive yung mga bata, anong gamot ang bibilin mo? Paghingan mo ang pera ng bata, kunyari, Toy, pahingin pera, bili akong gamot. Anong gamot bibilin mo, kuya? Bata yun na, grade 1. Ikaw pa kaya? Why?
At the time po, sir, I did not ask anymore kay Colonel Lachica, sir.
Why not?
Because, sir, I already gave I trusted what the security officer mentioned to me, sir.
But it is your responsibility to know. Kasi ikaw pumipirma doon sa AOM.
Sir, in terms of the responsibility to know, sir, I'm not sure, sir, if I'm the one who's responsible to know, sir. But the
So
task
you're
to
not
me,
sure. That means, ayoko nang gumamit ng salita. It's unbelievable. It defies logic talaga, really, sir. You're not really making sense at all. Anyway, move on tayo. Yung, alam mo naman sa DOH, nagbibigay ng libreng gamot. Meron kayong mga medical assistance program.
yes, sir.
Oh, ba't di na kayo humingi sa DOH? In fact, by the hundreds of millions and billions, nag-expire lang dyan sa bodega ng DOH, natatapon lang. Sayang. So dapat humingi na lang kayo sa DOH. Bigyan nyo lahat ng informant nyo ng kung anong klaseng gamot. Libre pa. Nakalibre kayo.
The wisdom behind how the confidential funds were implemented, sir, I cannot answer, sir, because again, sir, I am not the main implementer for the said activities.
Kaya nga, Mr. Smart Guy, nung makita mo na ang dami mga informant na binigyan ng mga hundreds of thousands each para sa gamot, you could have asked La Chica and said, La Chica, bakit di tayo pumunta sa DOH, maghingi tayo ng gamot para makalibre, makatipid tayo sa confidential funds? Libre naman sa DOH. Pag Office of the President maghingi, may budget, meron kayo allocation doon, I'm sure. In fact, sa Davao, ginagawa nyo na yun eh.
Sir, that I cannot answer, sir.
So again, it defies logic. Hindi po kapani-paniwala ang mga pinagsasabi mo. Sir, for me, it really defies logic. Sayang po yung pagkatalino mo rito. Nasira po yung pagiging isang matalinong tao. Nakakahiya po dun sa mga eskwelahan na kung saan ka nag-aral at nag-graduate. Because ngayon, pinakita mo na nagsasalita ka na parang, sorry sir, nagtatanga-tangaan. Salamat po sir. Pasensya na sir.
Your Honor, with all due respect, Your Honor, I personally take offense of that comment, sir. I actually just did my duty, sir. At the time, sir, I believe na yun po yung kailangan kong gawin bilang isang empleyado po, sir. And I did my work, sir, based on what was tasked of me, sir, including the limitations that I can do to the duty that I will be doing,
So
sir.
you're talking about limitation. Ikaw ang deputy COS, and then malapit ka kay VP Sara, and then pirma mo ang nakasaad doon sa AOM. So karapatan mo po magtanong. Okay? Now, you're talking about taking offense. Paano naman po yung mga taong bayan? They're being offended sa paglulustay nyo ng pera. Lumilito na parang nilulustay ang pera dito eh. Pera ng taong bayan po ito ang pinag-uusapan natin. If you're taking offense, mas lalo pong offended ang napakaraming Pilipino ngayon. Kasi hindi mo pa naibibigay ang tamang sagot. Pero kung naibigay mo ng magandang sagot, logical na sagot, then mawawala po yung sama ng loob ng taong bayan sa inyo.
Sir, with all due respect, sir, I believe, sir, this matter of the confidential fund, sir, is still pending the final decision, sir. We are currently still submitting our motion for reconsideration on this one, sir, and we still have not received any final reply on this one.
What I'm talking about, sir, is yung mga sagot niyo po, it defies logic para sa isang matalinong tao. Kasi kung ako, sir, pinesenta sa akin yung mga ganong klaseng dokumento at nagtanong ako at hindi nasagot ng maayos, I will resign. Kaysa naman makulong ako. Kaysa naman maipit ako ngayon tulad nangyari sa'yo at saka mga previous witnesses. Di ba? Dalawa lang yun eh. Patuloy kang magbubulag-bulagan, pirma ka lang ng pirma dyan, nakapikit. Pero ang consequence yan, maaari kang makulong, maaari kang makasum. Anything can happen. Or, mag-resign ka na lang. Kung ako, I will resign. Mapapahamak ako dyan. Ba't ako pipirma dyan? Bakit ako pipirma sa mga nakalagay pagong, piatos, pikit, etc. etc. Kung ano pa mga kengkoy na mga pangalan. I would not consent to that. Outright sabihin ko, pag hindi niyo may paliwanag sa akin, I will resign. Period. Thank you po.
That was not a question, Mr. Orton. You need to answer. With the permission of Senator Judge Tulfo, may the chair replace the word nagtatanga-tangahan with feigning ignorance on the record? I see Senator Judge Tulfo nodding. So let the record so reflect the statement feigning ignorance in lieu of the Tagalog word mentioned earlier. Yes, Senator Judge Pangilinan is recognized. You have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready.
Yes, thank you. Before my time is begins to run, can we have a request for the uploading of third quarter to, no?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Again, good afternoon, Mr. Ortonio. This is the accomplishment report for the third quarter of 2023, July 14 to September 30. Now, it appears here wala na yung 40 million pesos worth of medicines. Correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. Meron siya nung last quarter, meron siya nung first quarter, meron siya nung second quarter. Pero nung third quarter, wala na. Sabi mo kanina dahil yun ang hinihingi nung mga informant. So, nung third quarter, wala nang hiningi. Ano yun? Gumaling na silang lahat?
That I cannot, again, sir, I cannot answer, sir.
Yes. At hindi ba you received the AOM on October? Sometime in October?
October 4, 2023,
Okay.
sir.
Ito, October 9. So doon sa October 4, when you receive the AOM, nandun na yung findings na dinidisallow or pinapasubmit ang additional documents, tama? For medicines, etc.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. So, mukhang hindi gumaling lahat nung binibigyan ng gamot. Ang nangyari, mukhang dahil nakita ninyo yung AOM at ipinagbabawal, binago ninyo. Tama po ba yun?
Sir, again, sir, I cannot answer kung binago yung accomplishment report, sir, because it's something that I personally did not prepare also,
Okay.
sir.
Now, I move on to another point. Sabi nyo, nung natanggap nyo yung AOM, you went point by point sa mga issues, tama?
Yes, sir.
Ang tanong, bakit di nyo binuksan yung sealed envelope doon sa ARs? Kasi andun lahat ng mga acknowledgement receipt. Bawal ba?
Sir, I did not open, sir, because at that time, sir,
Tama po ba kayo ang Assistant Chief of Staff ng OVP?
yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
And kayo po ang sumagot dun sa AOM na pinadala ng COA. Kayo po yung nag-prepare ng report.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Yes, and ano yung what was the process in which that you did that? Or what were the things that you had to do? You prepared the AOM, you consulted with...
Nung na-receive po yung AOM, ma'am, I informed the Chief of Staff and the Vice President. And from there was an instruction to me to coordinate with the Special Disbursing Officer and the Security Officer, which I did also, ma'am. And then from their replies, ma'am, I drafted the response, and then I submitted the reply for final approval to the head of agency.
And of course, in your capacity as the Assistant Chief of Staff and in your own capacity, sa inyo pong palagay ay nagampanan nyo naman yung inyong role dito sa prosesong ito at nagawa nyo naman adequately yung report.
Yes, at the time, ma'am, yes, I would say so, ma'am, because from the issues that were raised in the AOM and in the NS, marami pong mga concerns or issues na natanggal po doon sa final na natanggal doon sa notice of disallowance that we received.
Okay, and lahat yung mga requirements naman ay na-fulfill nyo naman dun sa report, right? A majority of it.
Yes, lahat po ng mga concerns that were raised, we were able to provide answers and supporting documents.
And doon po sa AOM, anywhere in the AOM did it say that there was a misuse or misappropriation of the funds?
No, there was no mention po, ma'am.
Okay, and are the findings of the AOM final?
No, ma'am, it is subject for comments, ma'am, and right now for motion for reconsideration.
Okay, yun lamang po. Maraming salamat. Daghang salamat po. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Thank
Judge
you, Mr.
Camille
Ortono.
Villar.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Senator Judge Padilla, you
Maraming
may
salamat
proceed
po.
with your interjection, sir. You have 2 minutes.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong tagapamahalang hukom. Tuloy ko lang po yung ating tanungan. Opo. Pagkatapos po niyong sumagot, pwede pong pati na rin sa depensa. Meron din po akong tanong. Kanina po, nahinto tayo kay Marshal
Before you continue,
Bonifacio.
Senator Judge Padilla, next time, Attorney Christine, do you need a platform similar to it was Senator Lor, it was Attorney Lorna who first asked for it, but I noticed the prosecution has one. Would you wish one to be provided for you at a future time, Attorney Christine, or the
Yes, Your Honor.
side of the respondents?
Yes, Your Honor, I would appreciate having that platform too.
Okay.
Thank you.
In the next hearing, Attorney Christine. Yes, Senator Judge Padilla, you may
Opo.
proceed.
Balikan ko po, naputol po tayo kanina. Opo. Naniniwala po ba kayo na ang confidential fund para yaan po ay makakuha tayo ng impormasyon para makasave ng buhay, para makakaroon tayo ng law and order?
If used properly, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Opo. Kayo po sa defense, naniniwala po ba kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Kung sa palagay niyo po, nung panahon na si Marshal Bonifacio ay may confidential fund at nalaman niya na merong magtatangka sa kanyang buhay, sa palagay niyo po ba buhay pa si Senator Benigno Aquino ngayon?
Well, assuming, Your Honor, that the foreign occupants were those lone threats to his life, then probably yes, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Kayo po.
Actually, Your Honor, I'm not aware really of the circumstances during that time, Your Honor. So
Okay.
I can't really comment intelligently on that. Yes, opo. Yes, Your Honor.
Sige. Si Marshal Bonifacio po ang may tuturing natin nagbigay ng daan para sa people power. Yung kanya pong pagkamatay. Opo. Siya po ay na-assassinate. Opo. Sa palagay niyo po ba, kung meron siyang confidential fund nung panahon na yun, ay nagkaroon siya ng information na merong assassination na magagawa sa kanya?
Likely, Your Honor.
Okay. Salamat po. Pangalawang tanong po. Palagay niyo po ba kung meron confidential fund si Senator former Senator Angara, na sa ngayon ay Secretary ng DepEd, maaari po bang napigil niya ang mga shooting incident sa mga paaralan?
I cannot speculate.
Wala pong speculation. At sa tingin lang po niyo, kung meron siya,
speculate.
sabi niyo po kasi kanina, sumang-ayon po kayo, kung may confidential fund, maaring makapigil, makapagbigay ng kapayapaan, law and order. Sa palagay niyo po ba, kung meron siyang confidential, ano lang naman po yun, yes or no? Kung hindi po kayo naniniwala, hindi no?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, salamat po. Kayo po.
It can, Your Honor, if the purpose of the confidential fund is to conduct surveillance, Your Honor, on the threats.
So, kaino.
Yes.
Tama ba yung aking diksyon? Kaino. Salamat po. Salamat po. Sa isa po sa ating saksi. Naniniwala po ba kayo na hindi pa naman talaga natapos ang investigasyon ng COA dito patungkol sa sinasabing akusasyon sa ating Vice President?
Yes, sir. Nasa stage pa po, sir, ng submission of yung decision for the motion for reconsideration. So I would say that it's not yet final,
Hindi
sir.
po siya final. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Thank you, Senator Judge Padilla. Senator Judge Lacson, you have 2 minutes, sir. You may proceed when you're ready. Thereafter, Senator Marcos, and then we're through.
Very quickly lang, Mr. Presiding Officer. Ano na po yung status ng security classification noong inyong PFP covering the PAPs, programs, activities, projects na socio-economic at saka good governance?
Sorry,
Including, ano yung present security classification? Has it been declassified or is it still classified information?
Sir, I would have no idea po, sir. First,
Teka muna, terminated na po ba yung PFP? Terminated na? Tapos na?
if in terms of the activities, sir, I would assume, sir, na tapos na po.
Therefore, kung tapos na, declassified na.
As to the terminology, sir, unfortunately.
Declassified meaning hindi na ito classified information. You know, I'm trying to drive at this scenario, no? Kasi ang dami sa amin nagtataka talaga. Totoo ba talaga yung mga aliases? Totoo ba nakatanggap sila ng reward, ng informants money, para lang matapos na yung aming panghula? Baka pwedeng may presenta all the documents relative to the PAPs, relative to the PFP, relative to the expected outcome. Para lang makapag-decision kami. Kasi sa ngayon nanguhula kami, saan ba napunta yung pera? Possible po ba yun? I'm also addressing that to the presiding officer. Is it possible for the court to issue subpoena ducis tecum just to settle this issue once and for all? Para makita natin saan ba talaga napunta yung pera. So we can have informed decision at the proper time. Ngayon hula kami ng hula eh. Alam niyo, Mr. Ortonio, no? Misuse sa akin yung misuse, maski masama yung connotation legally, na misuse mo pero hindi mo binulsa, probably pwedeng patawarin siguro ng mga kababayan natin, di ba? Naawa ka doon sa mga pulis, sa mga sundalo, na misuse mo kasi hindi intended doon sa item sa GAA. Pero tinulungan mo kasi marami nagkakasakit, naulan na, naarawan. Sa akin medyo maunawaan pa ng publiko. Although, I'm not saying na hindi violation ng law kasi may technical malversation. But in the eyes of the public, pagka na-misuse pero hindi naman ibinulsa, medyo subdued ng konti yung galit. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
To respond, as a general rule, the court should sit as a passive body, Senator Judge Lacson, and leave it up to the prosecution to subpoena documents they deem necessary to prove their case. However, The court is not without any power after both counsels have presented their respective evidences in chief to call a witness, recall a witness, call a witness that was not called by either or named by either party, and subpoena documents in connection with the subpoena ad testificandum ducis tecum may also be issued, citing as basis City of Cebu versus GACO, AMRTJ 82111, and People versus Valera, GR number 2028-6. So at the appropriate time, Senator Lacson, the court can avail of that power.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, for the response. Kasi para hindi na tayo nanguhula lahat ito, 20 ilan tayo rito. Hindi natin alam kung talaga saan napunta yung pera. Of course, there's a presumption na nagamit na maayos. But still, there's that doubt. You cannot remove that because of the so many issues na lumabas dito sa aming trial. And we want to be satisfied. After all, we'll be deciding on the basis of evidence and kung anong tingin namin, kung ano yung tama o ano yung mali. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer.
We reserve that right. The court reserves that right, Senator Judge Lacson. Finally, Senator Judge Marcos for her interjection.
Yes, maraming salamat. At naintriga lang ako sa nasabi kanina, no? What's the documentary evidence of payment? Sa palagay ninyo, ano yung katibayan na nabayaran at hindi?
For the documentary evidence of payment po, we submitted the acknowledgement receipts.
Yung AR pa rin. In the context of rewards and incentives, what's the documentary evidence of payment?
Based on my understanding, ma'am, acknowledgement receipts.
AR din. Wala talagang resibo, walang voucher, walang invoice. Ganun po ba?
Ang understanding ko po, ma'am, it's the acknowledgement receipts, ma'am, can suffice, ma'am.
And COA did not require OVP to submit what was inside that sealed envelope. Nasabi nga ninyo kanina, yung AR lang ang binuksan nyo, hindi na tinignan yung sealed envelope. Kasi ba hindi required ng COA yun?
Ma'am, when we submitted the initial po na comment ng COA is that we submit documentary evidence of payment to include also either ARs or official receipts. We submitted po ARs as documentary evidence of payment, and in the notice of disallowance po, there was no concern anymore in terms of the acknowledgement receipts, ma'am.
So in as much as yung COA did no longer ask for other documentation aside from the AR and the other documents submitted, is that the reason kung bakit hindi na niyo binuksan yung sealed envelope?
Ma'am, at the time, ma'am, when I submitted the documents, ma'am, and it was sealed, ma'am, as the role of the liaison officer, ma'am, who will transmit documents to the Commission on Audit, there is no specific na provision, ma'am, that the liaison officer needs to open it. I just need to transmit the documents to the Commission on Audit.
Thank you very much. At yun nga ang gusto ko i-clarify, hindi na kinailangan buksan yung sealed envelope dahil yun nga yung AR at yung mga dokumentong nabigay, yun na yung katibayan na nabayaran. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Judge Marcos. Senator Judge Erwin Tulfo.
I know, Mr. Presiding Officer, we're in a hurry now, pero just a quick manifestation, Mr. Presiding
Yes,
Officer.
you may proceed.
Sir,
Senator Judge
may
Tulfo.
I once again encourage both counsels, the prosecution and the defense, to consider presenting the individual who appears to be the missing link in the testimonies we have heard so far. Ilang araw na po ito, Colonel La Chica, even Colonel La Chica sa mga TV po kanina, kagabi, willing po siya mag-testify dito. Maging si Defense Secretary, sabi niya gano'n, pinaubayan na namin sa Senate, si Colonel La Chica. I understand, Mr. Presiding Officer, we cannot compel him to appear, but he has been repeatedly named by several witnesses, and it may be helpful to this court to hear directly from that individual so that gaping holes in the testimony may be clarified and the facts may be properly connected. I'm sure lahat po ng Senator judges would like to ask him, ano ba? Saan mo ba dinala? Totoo bang inutusan ka ni BP? O sarili mo lang yan, binulsa mo? I have a lot of questions, Mr. Presiding Officer. That's why I am praying that one day we will be able to talk to Colonel La Chica para matapos na ho ito. Iniiwan ho natin parang hanging po yung question. Patatapos na po tayo dito sa hostile witness, babalik na tayo sa witnesses ng prosecutors. Hindi pa natin narinig si Colonel La Chica. Mr. Presiding Officer, yun lang po.
The manifestation is noted, but as earlier ruled by the presiding officer, we cannot compel either party to call a witness. However, after the presentation of the party's evidence in chief, the court may exercise its discretion to call a witness based on the Supreme Court ruling cited by the chair earlier. That time will come should Colonel La Chica not be called by either party. So ordered. Just a few questions, Mr. Antonio, to wind up. Kayo po ang nagsagot o sumagot sa lahat ng AUM, notice of suspension at notice of disallowance. Tama po?
Yes, I'm one of the signatories po.
Wala po doon sa tungkol sa mga alias sa acknowledgement receipt. Na-raise po ba yun doon?
It was not raised in any of the observations from COA, sir.
So hindi nyo kinailangan sagutin yun?
We did not answer, sir.
Did not need to answer because there was no question posed.
Yes, Your Honor.
There was no issue also raised by COA with respect to spending it for 11 days. Correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Wala rin kayong kailangan sagutin kaugnay nun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the notice of disallowance for the 3 quarters of 2023, it was disallowed dahil base sa testimonya ni Gina Acosta, binigay niya yung pera kay Colonel La Chica. Tama po ba?
That's one of the observations po, Your Honor.
That's one of, it's not an observation anymore, Mr. Antonio. It's a notice of disallowance.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
So, sa tingin ng COA, bawal, illegal, hindi sangayon sa JC 2015-1 yung pagbigay ni Gina Acosta kay La Chica.
Based on the notice of disallowance, Your Honor, it indicates na the transfer from one agency to another, sir.
Kayo po, alam niyo po ba yun na binigay ni Gina Acosta yung huling quarter ng 2022 at 3 quarter ng 2023 kay Colonel La Chica lahat?
At the time, sir, no, I did not, sir.
At the time na binigay niya o at the time na nangyari na?
At the time na nangyari lahat, sir. I would have no personal knowledge, sir.
Hindi, pero nung ginawa mo yung AUM, unang sagot sa AUM, alam mo na na binigay ni Gina kay La Chica?
Yes, sir, because the security, they were introduced as the special
So
disobey.
October mo nang nalaman na binigay lahat ni Gina La Chica, October 2023, nung sinagot mo yung unang AUM para sa huling quarter ng 2022, doon mo palang nalaman na binigay lahat ni Gina kay La Chica yung pera.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Now, is La Chica an accountable officer based on the definition of the JC?
Based on the JC, sir, he's not an accountable officer, sir. It's the SDO.
And that is the reason why his signature does not appear in any of the documents submitted by the Vice President in relation to the AUM, NS, and Notice of Disallowance. Dahil hindi naman siya empleyado ng OVP, di ba?
Yes, sir. He's not an employee, sir. Although he's designated as the security officer.
Is that allowed, designating someone as a security officer who's not an employee of the office and being given that much money to disburse?
Sir, based on my understanding, sir, on the JC, when I read it, sir, there's no specific guideline, sir, on who to designate as a security officer. But there is a provision po, sir, that different programs and activities.
Now, you keep on mentioning that La Chica implemented and that Acosta disbursed. Ano pong definition nyo ng implement?
Implement, sir, would be to perform the different activities on the ground, sir.
Which entails what? How will he perform the different activities on the ground? In relation to confidential funds?
Possible, sir, to coordinate with the different informants or agents, sir. Yun po yung pwede kong mabigay na information, sir.
Mr.
I
Ortonio, sa
understand.
mga salitang perform at coordinate, saan po doon yung paggastos ng confidential fund? Perform, coordinate. Yun ang definition mo na implement.
Yes, sir.
Oh, asan doon? Ba't binigay kay Colonel Lachica yung pera at ba't siya gumastos kung perform at coordinate lang pala? Did Colonel Lachica spend the money?
I would say so, sir, that being the implementer of the different activities, sir, he spent the money for the different confidential activities.
So Colonel Lachica disbursed the money for various confidential activities.
I would say, sir, na he implemented the different activities, sir.
Mr. Ortonio, nasa spent na tayo. Binago ko lang ng konting disburse, bumalik ka na naman sa implement eh. Again, spent, disbursed. It means the same thing. Ang gumastos na ng pera na binigay ni Gina, si Colonel Lachica o mga tauhan niya.
Sir, based on my understanding, sir, it's Miss Gina Acosta who disbursed the funds, sir. And then si Colonel Lachica po yung implement or conduct ng mga confidential activities.
Hindi nagbayad si Colonel Lachica?
Part of his duties as the implementer, sir, nagbayad siya doon sa mga...
So is it your theory that Gina disbursed to Lachica as an end user?
Yun po yung ano ko, sir. That's my understanding po, sir.
Kung end user si Lachica, bakit niya binawi yung acknowledgement receipt niya nung nagbigay na siya ng mga acknowledgement receipt para sa di umano binayaran niya? Hindi ba dapat tinago niya yun? Kasi nag-disburse si Gina, tinanggap ni Lachica. Kung siya ang end user, tama lang na may acknowledgement receipt siya, ba't niya binawi? Ba't hindi tinago sa file?
Sir, in terms of binawi po yung AR, sir,
Ni Lachica?
I do not know of that, sir, because
That's what Gina said.
the AR, sir, were given to me by Miss Gina, and then that's what I submitted
Mr.
to the
Ortonio,
Commission on Audit.
The ARs of the various aliases na binanggit, yung kanina pa sinasabi, ng iba't ibang apelido, kasama yung apelido ko, yun yung sinubmit ni Colonel Lachica. Ayon kay Gina, nagbigay siya ng pera kay Colonel Lachica at bilang katibayan, nagbigay na acknowledgement receipt si Colonel Lachica. Pero nung nagbigay siya ng mga acknowledgement receipt at liquidation, binawi daw ni Colonel Lachica yung acknowledgement receipt. So wala kang kopya ng acknowledgement receipt ni Lachica?
Sir, I'm sorry, sir. Ang pagkakaalam ko, sir, is that I got the box with acknowledgement receipt, sir, from the special disbursing officer. And
So
that's
you're
what
not aware of any acknowledgement receipt signed by Lachica?
No, sir.
So if Gina disbursed to him, ba't hindi mo hinanap yung acknowledgement receipt kay Lachica?
Sir, the request, sir, was for the DEPs for the implementation,
If your
sir.
theory is dinisburse kay Lachica, in-implement ni Lachica, hindi ba kailangan may papel yung dinisbursan na tinanggap niya yung pera?
Sir, I did not request for it anymore, sir.
That's the final question, sir. So this is your story. You placed in the PAP, or you know that what they placed in the PAP, Good Governance Program, Socioeconomic Delivery Program, pero gagastusin yung confidential fund para sa informants, para tiyakin na ligtas ang ikalawang Pangulo saan man siya magpunta sa bansa, kaugnay ng trabaho niya, at ginamit itong confidential fund para bumili ng impormasyon, pera binigay para ipambili ng pagkain, ng silya, ng computer, ng gamot, kapalit ay impormasyon para matiyak ang kaligtasan ng VP at napatunayang matagumpay yon dahil walang nangyaring masama sa ating Vice Presidente hanggang ngayon. Yan po yung buod summary ng paggamit ng confidential fund ng OVP base sa inyong presentasyon.
Sir, with due respect, sir, just
You can correct me, sir.
just one correction lang po,
Yes,
sir. It's for the to ensure that the activities of the OVP will be implemented safely and that no untoward na mga mangyayari in the performance of walang mangyayari sa mga different activities ng OVP. That's what I
Walang
understand.
mangyayaring masama sa kanya at dun sa makikilahok. That's an accepted.
For the office and the sir, for the people who will be, say for example, attending mga events, sir.
Kaya hindi lang kay VP, pati sa mga taong makikilahok dun sa event para ligtas silang lahat doon.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yan po yung sinabi sa inyo ni Colonel Lachica na rason kung bakit siya namigay ng pera sa iba't ibang informant sa pamamagitan ng reward o pera pambili ng gamot, ng silya, ng computer, ng pagkain.
Yes, Your Honor.
That would be all, Mr. Tonyo. Senator Judge Zubiri, to avail of the first round.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I was not going to ask any more questions. I won't be asking a question to the witness, more to address the court. Can we make, because this is a recurring theme, halos sa lahat ng mga testigo, ang sinasabi po nila at minsan mga tanong ng prosecution or defense and prosecution ay ito bang finding ng COA, hindi pa siya final. It is yet under my motion for reconsideration, ika nga, binanggit nga kanina ng ating testigo. Can this court make representation with the COA, if possible, during the duration of this trial, so that we may be guided as judges? Can they make their finding already with finality? Who knows? They may say na wala namang nangyaring kalokohan, itong article ay tapos na. Pag sinabi naman talaga nila ay masyadong glaring yung mga violations, then tayo bilang mga judges will also be clarified kung meron talagang misuse of funds. Kasi yung arbiter talaga nito is COA. Diba? Lahat ng misuse of funds ng government agencies, it is the COA that makes that determination. And then before it is taken up to another court, which is Sandigan Bayan, the Ombudsman. Pero sana po, Mr. Presiding Officer, this is an appeal to the COA. I know there is what you call a due process for the parties, but I think the filing for the motion for consideration was done a few months ago, or I think it was in 2000. The findings came out 2024 or 2025. Medyo matagal na. And if there was a motion to for reconsideration on the part of the Vice President, maybe it would be prudent that they already come up with a decision of finality. Mr. Presiding Officer, and copy furnish this impeachment court because it will be very important. Kasi ang sagot palagi ng testigo, may motion for consideration pa kami. Hindi pa final po yan, Your Honors. So, for the guidance of each and every one of us here, may we appeal to the Commission on Audit, I'm sure they're listening, can they already come out with finality on this issue so that we may be guided by the arbiter, the final arbiter when it comes to issues of misuse of funds. Yun lang po, Mr. Presiding
By way of
Officer.
reply, Senator Judge Zubiri, the Commission on Audit is an independent constitutional commission, and I doubt if we would be well within our rights to compel them, similar to a mandamus, to act one way or the other on this matter. Secondly,
That's why it is a request, Mr.
I think
Presiding
the
Officer.
period
Yes.
to file an appeal under 45 or under 65 by certiorari of the ruling of the COA Commission and Bank has not yet lapsed, and the period to file a reconsideration has not yet lapsed too. It is yet to be, the respondent I think has until October to file a motion for reconsideration. So it's not yet in the hands of the Commission at this point in time. But having said that, thirdly,
Yes, Mr. President.
there are cases decided by the Supreme Court to the effect that a final determination of COA is not necessary for a case to be heard and tried. So this does not preclude the impeachment court, if at all, from deciding based on available evidence in regard to the impeached articles of impeachment pending before us.
Pero Mr. Presiding Officer, napakabigat na mga akusasyon na binabanggit natin dito ngayong araw na ito sa Vice Presidente. Napakabigat. does not that weigh on to the commission, although it's an independent body, that prudence dictates that they must act with of course, following the what you call due process. Kung October, sinasabi nga natin, di nga ito matatapos ng December. So it is well within the period. I myself, as one of the judges of this impeachment court, want to see the final observation report or findings of the Commission on Audit. That is an appeal to them. As I said, we cannot compel them. They are a independent constitutional branch of government. But for example, budget season starts next week. They will come. Maybe we can ask that question to them. How long will it take before this finding comes out? Because we want to know. I cannot make that. It's very difficult sometimes to make a decision without the final decision made by the Commission on Audit. I think it would be very important, Your Honor. Just putting that on the record. Thank you.
The manifestation of Senator Judge Zabir is noted. Proceeding now to some administrative matters. The Honorable Luistro earlier asked about the presence of Colonel Boransing. We furnished parties with a copy of his letter dated August 25, stating that he cannot make it given that he needed to coordinate with his superiors before being able to leave his post as prescribed by the standard operating procedures in the Armed Forces of the Philippines, and requests that he instead be called on September 1. I am constrained to grant that, Honorable Luistro, Attorney Sheila, given the exigencies of his position, that he is the commanding officer of Task Force Zamboanga and cannot leave simply because he received the subpoena and would need certain preparations before he can leave his post. Let the corresponding subpoena, if it has not yet been issued, be issued for Colonel Boransing, the second on September 1. Number 2, insofar as Major General Bajao retired is concerned, the address given was not received by the Armed Forces of the Philippines. He is retired. So may I instruct the prosecution to kindly coordinate with either the Philippine Veterans Affairs Office, PIVAO, or the AFP Pension and Gratuity Management Center to get an address. I'm sure he's receiving his pension from somewhere, and that would be a good place to look. The court cannot issue a subpoena properly to Major General Bajao without an address, counsel. Bahaw. In regard to the third.
Panopio, Your Honor.
Yes, in regard to Colonel Panopio, he was subpoenaed to appear on September 1, thinking that Colonel Boransing would be here today. Therefore, there are no other witnesses to be presented by the prosecution today. So, next week we are expecting Colonel Boransing, Colonel Panopio, and hopefully, we would be able to find Major General Bahaw, if you will still persist in those three witnesses, Honorable Luistro.
Your Honor, we respectfully inform the Honorable Impeachment Court that we are now dropping the presentation of Colonel Bahaw. Nevertheless, we maintain
Major General
Bahaw, Your Honor. We maintain the position to present both Colonel Boransing and Colonel Panopio, to whom the subpoenas have been ordered to be issued for September 1, 2026, Your Honor. But in addition to that, Your Honor, and in order to maximize the schedule that is given to us by the Honorable Impeachment Court for September 2, that is next Wednesday, Your Honor, we would like to respectfully move for the issuance of subpoena ad testificandum to Attorney Michael Wesley T. Owa, if the same should be necessary, as well as to Ms. Marisa B. Grande of the Philippine Statistics Authority, Your Honor. If given opportunity next week, these two shall likewise be presented on September 2, Wednesday, Your Honor.
Subject to the colatilia that should the other witness not appear, given that Attorney Poa is here and more than willing to testify as intimated earlier, then we jump to Attorney Poa. Should the other earlier two witnesses fail to appear on September 1, without need of issuing a subpoena to Attorney Poa. He is so informed in open court.
We submit to that, Your Honor.
So ordered. Other matters, yesterday afternoon, the prosecution filed a motion to set a conference for the marking of additional exhibits, particularly documents received from the Philippine Statistics Authority. The prosecution seeks to set the conference at 4 p.m. today. This is quite a simple motion, Attorney Sheila. The motion is granted. The clerk of court is directed to conduct the marking of additional exhibits at 4 o'clock this afternoon at Rector Room, and counsels are directed to send representatives to attend the conference. The presiding officer is also in receipt of a request from the respondent to be furnished with copies of the prosecution's pre-marked exhibits for Article 1, which counsel for respondent is likewise marked with the specifics. These being common exhibits, the request is hereby granted. The clerk of court is directed to furnish counsel for the respondent with copies of the requested pre-marked exhibits, with the understanding that the panel of prosecutors will be accorded the same courtesy should a similar request on the respondent's marked documents be made in the future. So ordered.
Your Honor,
Yes, Attorney Sheila?
given that opportunity, given that the prosecution to mark additional documents, would like to avail of the same opportunity. And if the situation calls for it, we will ask for an additional setting for conference to mark additional documents in preparation for our presentation, so that in the interest of time, we can take advantage of these additional settings ordered by the court.
Let it so be granted without
Thank
need
you,
of
Your
an order being issued by the court, subject to the availability of the parties and the clerk of court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So ordered. Finally, we are in receipt of a prosecution's request for supplemental subpoena for other banks and financial institutions. I presume, Attorney Sheila, you got a copy of the subpoena?
We did, Your Honor.
The chair will simply adopt and apply its ruling last July 20, 2026 concerning the subpoena issued to certain banking institutions involving the same subject matter, and the same limitations will apply accordingly. The request for subpoena directed to the concerned banking institutions, I won't specify anymore because both parties have a copy, and financial institutions covering the respondent, her spouse, Attorney Manasseh Carpio, as well as 20 entities allowed by this court in which the spouses hold an interest, is hereby granted. It is clear that the subpoena does not include foreign currency, is limited only to peso-denominated accounts and not to foreign currency deposits, as these are excluded without the written consent of the depositor. The clerk of court is directed to cause the issuance and service of the subpoenas to the entities requested to so submit, who shall produce the required documents before the clerk of court in 7 calendar days from today, or on September 2, Wednesday, next week, 2026. So ordered.
Your Honor.
Yes, Attorney Sheila.
Given the position that we had articulated on this matter of the subpoena with respect to bank records and other materials subject of that subpoena, we will just want to place it on record that we will be, or we are reserving our right to comment and to put our appropriate objections at the proper time. Thank you.
On the record, Attorney
On the
Sheila.
record, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, please.
And or seek further remedies as is available to you.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Outside of this court. Yes, Honorable Istro.
We would like to respectfully manifest to the Honorable Impeachment Court that almost simultaneously to the reading of the ruling of the Honorable Impeachment Court on the issue of sub judice rule, the
I thought you were going to take up another matter, so let me cut you short. Yes. While the presiding officer was delivering its ruling on the applicability, limitation, and who is covered by Rule 18 a statement was issued by the impeached official, the respondent, the vice president, which clearly is covered by what the ruling earlier given by the presiding officer issued. So, given that it was done while the ruling was being issued, prospectivity would still apply. However, the presiding officer would like to remind through the lead counsel for the respondent, her client, to kindly observe the ruling of the presiding officer as well as the rules of the impeachment court, specifically Article or Rule 18 on the subject matter in regard to making comments on the merits of the case, because henceforth, again, given the prospectivity of the ruling, the necessary actions will be taken against her not only by the court, but also, given that she's a lawyer, via what the presiding officer earlier mentioned in relation to CIPRA and in relation to the Office of the Bar Confident. Kindly inform her, Attorney Sheila.
We take note of that reminder, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney
So
Sheila.
just it will form part of the record, Your Honor. May I be allowed to read that portion of the statement of the
I think
respondent
this is
vice
unnecessary,
president?
Your Honor.
No need, no need. Again, I find it unacceptable and it would be commenting on the merits and no need to read it in the records. The court can take, in fact, judicial notice of that should it so desire. Senator Judge Aquino.
Mr. President, for the benefit of everyone, may I be clarified again? What are the possible penalties for breaking or not following your decision po earlier? Kapag Senator Judge, it goes to the Committee on Ethics. Tama po, no?
Yes.
Yes. Kapag mga miyembro po ng councils, ano po yung mga posibleng penalty? Kapag respondent or complainant, ano po yung mga posibleng penalty? Kapag ibang tao po, kasama po ba sila sa
We
saklaw
will
na
issue
ninuguling kanina?
we will issue the corresponding guidelines, Senator Judge Bam, for the information of Senator Judges, that it will be in a clear table form. But to answer your question, reprimand and admonition, followed by a fine for the second offense, and fine subsequently thereafter without prejudice to referring the matter should it violate their obligations as a member of as an officer of the court, without prejudice to referring the matter to the Supreme Court, the IBP, and or the Office of the Bar, confident if any violation may have been committed by them. But we will issue the guidelines in relation to that. Yes, Honorable Luis, anything else?
We have no other manifestation, Your Honor.
Attorney Sheila?
We're good, Your Honor.
We promise to provide what do you call it? A platform. Should it be so necessary?
Yes, Your
May
Honor.
we request, Your Honor, that the witness, Mr. Ortonio, be excused?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Ortonio. I thought the administrative matters would not take this long. Yes, Mr. Ortonio, you are excused. Maraming salamat po sa inyong panahon, sa inyong kooperasyon at sa pagsagot po sa katanungan ng Senator Judges at ng magkabilang partido. Thank you for your time, sir. You are excused,
Thank you
sir.
very much, Your Honor. Thank you.
The trial is adjourned until 10 a.m. Still 10 a.m. on Tuesday, given that Monday is a holiday, September 1, 2026.
Thank you.
Session will be at 3:30 according to the Senate President.
masasagot lang ang mga tanong ko kapag nahalughugo na ang kwarto ni ate at makita ko ulit ang mga bagay na nakita ko noong nakaraang nasulyapan ko ang laman ng kama niya. Isang araw, pumasok sa trabaho si Ate Jessa. Nagkataong ako lang at si Nanay ang nasa bahay. Sinubukan ko siyang kausapin tungkol kay Ate Jessa. Nay, pwede po ba kitang makausap? Oo naman anak, ano ba yon? Nay, wala po ba kayong napapansin kay Ate Jessa? Anong ibig mong sabihin? Kasi habang tumatagal parang nagiging misteryosa si Ate Jessa para sa akin. Hindi ko alam kung bakit sa pagkakataong ito nanlaki ang mga mata ni Nanay. Para bang pareho kaming dalawa ng iniisip. Maya-maya pa, tumango siya sa akin. Ay, akala ko ako lang eh. Pati ikaw may napapansin din ha anak? Bakit nga po? Ano po bang napapansin nyo? Tuwing gabi, madalas ko siyang mapansin na nagtitirik ng kandila sa loob ng kwarto niya. Gusto ko nga sana siyang tawagin kasi natatakot ako na baka magkasunog tayo. Kaso minsan nang sumilip ako, ang sama-sama ng tingin niya sa akin. Ako itong landlady, pero ako pa itong unang natakot na magsabi sa kanya. Kaya binaliwala ko na lang kasi parang maingat naman siya sa paggamit ng kandila. Sigurado po ba kayo, Inay? Ako pa ba? Para saan po ang kandila? Yan ang hindi ko alam. Teka, bakit ba si Jessa na naman ang napagdiskitahan mo, ha? Nay, hindi ito simpleng chismis lang, ha? Pero may napapansin ako ng mga kakaibang bagay tungkol sa kanya, eh. At kailangan kong alamin ang sekreto niya. Masyado siyang malihim sa atin, eh. Alam natin ang pangalan niya pero hindi natin alam kung saan ba talaga siya nanggaling. Hay nako, wag mo akong idamay-damay dyan ha. Isa pa, ikaw ang nagdala sa babaeng yan dito. Alam ko na Inay, may naisip ako. Ano yon? Pakibantayan niyo lang po ang pinto para sa akin. Susubukan kong pumasok sa kwarto niya. Ano? Nababaliw ka na ba? Saglit lang po ako Inay, sige na. Hay nako, ewan ko sa'yo. Basta kapag nahuli ka, wala akong kasalanan ha. Nanay naman hindi niyo po ba ako ipagtatanggol? Ay, sige na, pumasok ka na. Pero sandali lang ha. Mamaya niyan, bumalik ang babaeng yun dito, mahuli pa tayo. Ngumiti ako at nagpasalamat kay Nanay. Mabilis akong pumasok sa loob ng kwarto ni Ate Jessa dahil hindi naman ito nakalak at wala itong susi. Tsaka 3 lang naman kami sa bahay. Amoy kulob kagad ang naamoy ko pagkapasok ko sa loob ng kwarto. Madilim at nakasarado ang mga kurtina. Pero pakiramdam ko, may iba akong enerhiya na nasasagap. Ewan ko ba, pero pagkapasok ko pa lang sa kwarto, ang bigat-bigat na ng katawan ko. Kaagad kong sinuri ang mga gamit ni ate sa loob. Luma na ang mga damit niya. May ilang kahon na hindi ko alam kung anong laman, kaya sinubukan kong tignan. Ilan sa mga ito, sulat mula sa iba't ibang mga hindi ko kilalang tao. May tungkol sa paghingi ng tawad, meron ding para sa pananakit sa ibang tao. Parang instructions kumbaga. Nararamdaman kong bumukas ang pinto, kaya lumingon ako. Sumilip pala si Nanay. Oh, ano? May nahanap ka na ba? Wala pa po, Inay. Doon na lang po kayong magbantay. Ay, teka, hindi pwede. Hindi naman pwedeng ako lang ang nag-aabang. Oy, ayokong tumakbo kapag nakita ko siyang paparating, ano? Hay nako, sige na nga, Inay. At binalikan ko ulit ang ginagawa ko. Sunod ko namang pinakailaman ng bag ni ate na nasa kama. Nakatiwangwang lang kasi ang ilan sa mga damit niya, kaya hindi niya naman siguro mahalata kung may hanapin man ako. Nasa kalagitnaan na ako ng pagkalkal ng mga damit niya nang bumukas ang pinto at bumungad si Nanay. Namumutla at bakas ang takot sa mukha niya. Ay, anak, lumabas ka na dyan. Natanaw ko si Jessa. Pabalik siya rito. Mukhang may nakalimutan. Ano po? Bilisan mo na. Opo, ililigpit ko lang po ito. At napatingin ako sa nakakalat na gamit sa kama. Mabilis ko itong ipinasok sa bag. Wala na akong pakialam kung lalong magustot ang mga damit o kung mahalata man ni Ate Jessa ang ginawa ko. Ang mahalaga, makaalis ako kagad. Kaso nang maayos ko ng mga gamit niya at palabas na sana ng kwarto, natanaw ko siyang paakyat na sa hagdanan. Sigurado ako na kapag lumabas ako ng tuluyan sa kwarto, makikita na niya ako. At dahil wala namang dingding sa pagitan ng hagdan at ng mga pintuan sa kwarto, wala akong choice kundi ang gamitin ang pinakamadaling paraan ng pagtakas. Yun ay ang magtago sa ilalim ng kanyang kama. Pigilang hininga ko hanggang sa marinig ko ang ingay ng kanyang yabag. Papasok na sa kanyang kwarto. Bumukas ang pinto sabay sinarado ng mabagal. Naririnig ko pang paghinga niya. Parang may nilalanghap siya sa hangin. Bakit ganon? Parang may naaamoy akong pabango. Lihim akong napapikit sa ilalim ng kama, Miss Winnie. Halos hindi na ako gumagalaw. Ayokong mabuking, pero sa akin ang pabangong nalalanghap niya. Sana lang talaga wag niyang maisip na silipin ako sa ilalim ng kama. Siguradong makikita niya ako. Diyos ko, ano nang gagawin ko? Paano ako makakaalis dito? Bakit parang hinalungkat ang mga gamit ko? Namamalikmata lang ba ako? Baka naman nakalimutan ko lang iligpit ang mga ito. Huwag niya naman sana akong maisipang silipin dito. Nanginginig at pinagpapawisang bulong ko. Kahit naiinitan sa ilalim, nanlalamig ang mga kamay ko. Mabuti na lang hindi nagtagal sa loob si Ate Jessa. Siguro may kinuha siya at saka nagpa siyang umalis na rin. Nanatili pa ako ng ilang minuto hanggang sa maramdaman kong bumukas ulit ang pinto. Magtatago na sana ako ulit kaso rinig ko ang boses ni Nanay. Papunta sa kwarto. Nang lumabas ako sa pinagtataguan, may nasagi akong kahon. Kinuha ko yun kagad at tinignan. Kaso biglang nagsalita si Nanay. Anak, umalis na si Jessa. Ano, may nahanap ka ba ha? Wala pa nga po, Inay. Alam mo bang muntik na akong atakihin sa nervyos ng dahil sa'yo ha? Aniya sabay binatukan pa ako. Aray naman, Inay. Bakit po ba? Nababaliw ka na ba ha? Bakit ba hindi ka lumabas kagad kanina? Pasensya na po, Inay. Huli na kasi para lumabas ako eh. Natakot ako na baka makita ko ni Ate Jessa. Ang mabuti pa, umalis ka na dyan. Nakaka-nervyos yung may binabantayan ako eh. Nay, teka lang, ibabalik ko lang po ito. Napayuko ako para tignan ng kahon. Dito ko nakita ang mga kandila, karayom at mga papel ng orasyon. May manika pang gawa sa pulang tela. Ha, ano yan? Heto na, Inay. Nakita ko nang hinahanap ko. Ano? Sigurado ka? Anong mga bagay na yan? Mga kandila po. Tapos manika at mga papel na hindi ko maintindihan kung anong nakasulat na lengguwahe. Nasaan? Patingin ako, anak. Heto po, oh. Inabot ko kay Nanay ang kahon. Tinignan niya ang mga yun isa-isa. Maya-maya pa, napailing siya. Ikaw talaga. Simpleng kandila lang naman ito eh. Ano pong simpleng kandila? Kulay itim ito, Inay, oh. Anak, ginagamit na sa panahon ngayon ang iba't ibang kulay ng kandila. Tsaka hindi mo ba alam, may customized candle maker na nga tayo eh. Inay, iba po talaga ang kutob ko eh. Sige na, iligpit mo na yan. Kalimutan na natin ang tungkol sa mga narinig at pagdududa natin kay Jessa. Baka kasi nagkakamali lang tayo. Dahil sa mga narinig kong sinabi ni Nanay, kinontrol ko na ang sarili ko. Tama naman siya. Mahirap ang basta na lang kaming magbintang ng walang sapat na ebidensya. Siguro hihintayin ko na lang na may makita akong kakaiba sa kanya bago ko siya kumprontahin. Umiiwas din kasi ako sa gulo at ayokong magkaroon ng kaaway. Mabuti na lang nagkaroon ako ng bisita kaya saglit kong nakalimutan ang issue ko tungkol kay Ate Jessa. Dinalaw ako ni Bern, Miss Winnie. Hindi ko alam kung kikiligin ba ako o matutuwa dahil dumating siya sa bahay na may dalang flowers at tsokolate. Tipikal na dinadala ng isang manliligaw na lalaki sa kanyang nililigawan. Kaya naman nang maiwan kami ni Nanay sa sala, naging tapat ako sa pagtatanong ko sa kanya. Inaasahan ko nga ang pagdalaw mo, Bern. Pero hindi ko alam kung bakit kailangan mo pang magdala ng bulaklak at tsokolate. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? Alam ko, medyo nakakabigla itong ginawa ko. Pero iniisip ko kasi, ito na ang matagal na panahon para sabihin ko sa iyo ang totoo. Alam mo, kinakabahan ako sa mga banat mo, no? Pwede mo bang sabihin sa akin ng diretso kung ano ba talagang ibig sabihin nito? Hindi na ako magpapaligoy-ligoy pa, Minnie, ha? Gusto sana kitang ligawan, eh. Ayos lang ba sa'yo? Napaawang ang labi ko dahil sa narinig kong sinabi niya. Hindi ko alam kung anong nakain ni Bern at sa dami ng babaeng nandito sa lugar namin, ako pa talagang nakita niya. Kaya naman para mabawasan kahit konti ang nararamdaman kong tensyon, tumawa na lang ako. Ikaw talaga, masyado kang mapagbiro. Huwag mo nga ako niloloko ng ganyan, Bern. Sino ba naman ang may sabi sa yung nanloloko ko? Tapat ako sa mga sinasabi ko sa'yo, no?
Bern, alam kong may babae kang matagal ng gusto. Kaso sa tuwing tinatanong kita kung sino siya, hindi mo naman siya pinapangalanan.
Hindi ko siya pinapangalanan dahil nahihiya ako na pagtawanan niya ako kapag nagtapat ako sa kanya. Isa pa, ang dami niyang nakarelasyong lalaki na gwapo at matipuno. Ano naman ang laban ko sa mga totoong lalaki?
Teka muna, sino bang babaeng yan?
Ikaw ang babaeng tinutukoy ko, Minnie.
Sa pagkakataong ito, tuluyan na nga akong napanganga, Miss Winnie. Hindi ko alam kung anong sasabihin ko kay Bern. Saglit akong nawala sa sarili. Ang tanging alam ko lang, pati yata ang ingay sa labas ng bahay ay nanahimik. Wala akong ibang naririnig maliban sa tunog ng electric fan na paikot-ikot sa buong sala. Maya-maya pa ay tumikhim si Bern. Inabot niya ang kamay ko at mahigpit na hinawakan.
Yan na nga bang sinasabi ko eh. Kapag nagtapat ako sa'yo, mabibigla ka eh.
Pero,
ikaw ang babaeng tinutukoy ko dati pa, Minnie. Hindi ko lang magawang sabihin sa'yo ang totoo dahil magkaibigan tayo at makabata pa. Tapos hindi ko alam kung sarado ba o hindi ang isip mo sa ideyang pakikipagrelasyon sa kapwa babae. Ayoko rin kantsawan tayo ng mga kalaro natin nun. Pero ngayon nasa hustong edad na tayo, siguro naman.
nakakagulat naman yung revelasyon mo. Hindi ko tuloy alam kung anong sasabihin ko eh.
Hindi mo naman kailangang magmadali. Pag-isipan mo muna ang panliligaw ko sa'yo ha. Basta, hayaan mo kong suyuin ka ha, please.
Sa huli, wala akong nagawa kundi ang payagan siya, Miss Winnie. Matagal ko na rin namang kilala si Bern at alam kong mabait siya. Sa mga masasakit na nangyari sa akin sa pakikipagrelasyon sa mga tunay na lalaki, siguro naman hindi masama kung hayaan ko siyang umakyat ng ligaw at alamin ang mundo ng mga babaeng may pusong lalaki. Sige, pumapayag ako.
Salamat, Minnie. Pinasaya mo ako.
Walang anuman. Hindi na nagtagal pa ang pag-uusap namin. Nagpaalam na siya na uuwi na at may mga asikasuhin pa raw sa bahay. Nangako ako sa kanya na sasama sa huling lamay ng tito niya. Ilang araw ang lumipas, naging maayos naman ang lahat sa bahay. Papasok si Ate Jessa sa trabaho tapos uuwi kinahapunan. Pero kakaibang gabing yun dahil sinapian ng pagiging daldalera si nanay. Aniya, isa sa mga tsismosa niyang kakilala ang nakasagap ng balita na may isang babaeng namatay daw sa ospital. Nakakahindik daw ang sinapit nito. Nang tanungin ko kung sino, nanlamig ako nang marinig ang pamilyar na pangalan ng babaeng nakasagutan ko sa simbahan. Ang babaeng minsan ay naging karibal ko rin sa namayapa kong ex-boyfriend. Ay nako, grabe talaga ang nangyayari sa panahon natin ngayon ano? Pati ba naman ang simpleng virus, hindi na malaman ng mga doktor kung saan galing. Naniniwala ako na virus talaga yung kumapit sa katawan ng babaeng yon.
Bakit yun naman po nasabi yan, Aling Elisa?
Bakit hindi? Kilalang pokpok ang babaeng yun sa lugar na to. Kung sino-sinong lalaki na lang ang kinakapitan.
Tama nga, may pagkahigat nga siya.
Ha? Ano ka mo, ate?
Wala. Ang sabi ko, masarap tong merienda ni Aling Elisa.
Ay oo, paborito yan itong dalaga ko. Hindi ba anak? Opo, tama po kayo. Alam mo ikaw, Mini anak, mag-practice ka na nga na maging kaswal kung makikipag-usap ka sa amin para masanay ka. Bakit ko naman po gagawin yon? Siyempre, para sa pakikipag-usap mo kay Bern. Alam mo kasi, nung huling dalaw niya sa'yo, halos wala kang masabi. Parang tuluyan ka ng napipi. Ako ngang matanda na, hindi naiilang na tomboy siya eh. Hindi ko alam kung anong meron sa sinabi ni nanay dahil biglang tumigil sa pagkain si Ate Jessa. Ibinaba niya ang hawak na kutsara at tumingin sa akin, seryoso ang mukha niya. Walang bakas sa kasiyahan sa kanya, kaya naman kinakabahang nag-aalala ko. Ate, okay ka lang ba?
Nililigawan ka pala ni Bern?
Parang ganun na nga. Dumalaw siya at may dalang flowers at chocolates. Nagpaalam siyang manliligaw sa akin.
Pumayag ka ba?
Wala naman sigurong masama doon, ate. Matagal ko na siyang kakilala. Tapos ang dami ko ng heartbreaks noon. Kaya sabi ko, ba't di ko buksan ang isip ko at subukan?
Alam mo bang papasok ka sa komplikadong relasyon?
Bakit mo naman nasabi yan? Hindi mo kilala si Bern, ate. Mabuti siyang tao.
Concern lang ako sa'yo, Minnie.
Alam mo, ate, ilang beses ko nang napapansin na kapag napag-uusapan natin si Bern, sumasama ang mood mo.
Hindi ko siya gusto para sa'yo. Mas masasaktan ka lang kaysa sa mga nauna mong karelasyon. Ano bang pakialam mo, ate? Border ka lang namin dito sa bahay. Hindi kita totoong kapatid para pakialaman mo ako sa mga desisyon ko. Dito tuluyang nabasag ang pagtitimpi ko. Minsan hindi ko na kasi maintindihan si ate. Parang gusto niya akong kontrolin sa kung sino o kung kanino ako makikipagrelasyon. Kayong hindi naman ako pinipigilan ni nanay. Ay, teka lang mga iha, ha? Nag-aaway ba kayo? Hindi ako nakikipag-aaway, Aling Elisa. Pasensya na ha, nakialam ako. Dahil alam mo ba sa trabaho ko, madalas kong makita si Bern na may mga kasamang iba't ibang babae. Daig pa nga niya ang tunay na lalaki kung makachancing eh. Pinagsasabihan ko lang si Minnie na mag-ingat siya at wag basta-basta magtitiwala. Literal akong nagtampo kay Ate Jessa sa mga sinabi niya. Hindi ko alam kung anong iniisip niya tungkol kay Bern dahil kapag napag-uusapan namin siya, nagbabago ang reaksyon niya. Kung tutuusin, hindi ko pa nga sila naipapakilala ng personal eh. Sumilip lang siya sa bintana, tapos hinusgahan na niya si Bern. Gayunpaman dahil hindi ako kontrabida kagaya ng inaakala niya, gumawa ako ng paraan para magkakilala silang dalawa. Nangyari yon isang araw ng Biyernes. Dumalaw ulit sa akin si Bern at nagkataong nandito sa bahay si Ate Jessa. Kumusta ka na, Minnie? Okay lang ako. Salamat nga pala sa pagdalaw ha. May pasalubong nga pala ako para sa'yo. Naku, nag-abala ka pa. Oo nga pala, may ipapakilala ko sa'yo. Sambit ko at nilingon si Ate Jessa na noon ay nagkakape sa kusina. Ate Jessa, papakilala sana kita kay Bernie. Manliligaw ko. Bern, si Ate Jessa, border namin. Ah, ikaw pala si Bern. Nice to meet you, Jessa. At ngumiti si Bern kay ate. Saglit silang nagkamay pero hindi ko maintindihan kung ano ang nangyari. Namutla kasi bigla si Bern. Nagkatinginan sila ni Ate Jessa at maya-maya pa, sapilitan niyang binawi ang kamay niya sa pagkakahawak ni ate. May problema ba ha? Wala. Pasensya na. Uy, Bern, si Ate Jessa lang yan. Hindi yan nangangagat. Bakit namumutla ka? Ako? Namumutla? Hindi naman ah. Hindi raw, halatang halata oh. Okay ka lang ba ha? Gusto mo ba ipagtimpla kita ng kape ha? Naku, wag na. Salamat na lang. Halika na sa sala, doon na tayo mag-usap. Ate, dito lang kami sa sala ha? Oo, sige. Nang makabalik kami sa sala, hindi na naging ganun kakomportable si Bern. Balisa siya at madalas na tumitingin sa kinaroroonan ni Ate Jessa. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. Hindi ko naman makita na interesado siya kay Ate Jessa dahil ibang nakikita ko sa mga mata niya. Binubulungan ako ng instinct ko na may iba pang rason kung bakit parang natakot si Bern kay ate. Pagkatapos ng maikli naming pag-uusap, muling nagtanong si Bern tungkol sa panliligaw niya sa akin. Kung may pag-aasa raw ba siya, kung papayag daw ba ako na maging girlfriend niya. Nang mga sandaling yon, hindi na ako tumanggi, Miss Winnie. Sinagot ko na siya kagad. Hindi mo naman kailangan maghintay ng matagal, Bern. Mabait ka naman. Gwapong tomboy na rin sa paningin ko. Kaya gusto rin kita eh. Talaga? Seryoso ka ha? Oo naman. Bakit? Ayaw mo ba ha? Siyempre, gusto ko. Salamat din dahil naging tapat ka sa akin ha. Oo naman. Ikaw kaya ang first love ko. Alam mo, nasanay na ako na may nagpapaiyak sa akin. Ilang beses na rin akong niloko ng mga lalaki. Ngayong iba na ang kasarian ng karelasyon ko, huwag mong sabihing magagawa mo rin na lokohin ako. Hindi ko gagawin sa'yo yun ha, promise. Sigurado ka ha? Oo, sigurado ako doon. Kumapit ako sa pangakong yun ni Bern, Miss Winnie. Naging inspired tuloy ako ng mga sumunod na araw. Lagi akong nakangiti at madalas kinakantsawan pa ni nanay na nawawala raw ako sa sarili ko. Open-minded din kasi ang nanay ko sa ganitong klaseng relasyon. Anak, okay lang na magkaroon kayo ng relasyon ni Bern. Pero wag ka naman masyadong magpadala sa emosyon mo. Kasi kahit walang nakakatawa nakangiti ka dyan. Natatakot tuloy ako sa'yo Si nanay talaga Ay nako, nagsasabi lang ako ng totoo, no? Alam nyo kasi, Nay, parang dream come true sa akin ang pangyayaring ito. Hindi ko inaasang mas magiging in love ako kay Bern kaysa sa mga naging karelasyon kong lalaki. Pero kadalasan ang true love, hindi yan pinapangarap ha. Kusang dumarating kahit ayaw mo pang tanggapin. Kaya huwag ka masyadong kiligin dyan, ano? Hay nako, si nanay talaga. Susumbong kita kay tatay eh. Inaaway niyo ako palagi rito eh. Kunwaring tampo ko yun sa kanya na madalas kong gawin kapag nagbibiruan kaming dalawa. Sakto namang bumaba si Ate Jessa at narinig ang usapan namin ni nanay. Natigil ako sa pagtawa at lumingon sa kanya. Hi ate, mukhang masaya ka ha? Oo nga eh, sinagot ko na kasi si Bern. Talaga? Sigurado naman kaya na hindi kanya pa iiyakin. Ate, mabuting tao si Bern at iba siya sa mga nakarelasyon ko na totoong lalaking ang naturingan pero grabe naman kung manloko. Alam ko naman yun eh, pero hindi mo lang kasi alam kung anong kailangan niya sa'yo. Hindi ka ba nagtataka kung bakit sa tagal na panahon na wala siya rito sa lugar niyo, bigla na lang siyang uuwi para ligawan ka? Nahinto ako sa balak ko sanang pagsagot kay ate. Bigla akong napaisip dahil parang may punto siya eh. Ang sakin lang naman, bakit nga ba? Sa pagkakaalam ko, stable naman ang kalagayan ni Bern sa Amerika. Hindi naman niya kailangang umuwi dito sa Pilipinas para magtayo ng bagong negosyo kung hindi naman naghihikahos ang pamilya niya. Isa pa, kung ang sadya niya lang ay ang pakikipaglamay, pwede namang makipaglibing na lang sila pagkatapos umalis na. Nandito na naman ang kakaibang kutob ko na parang may alam si ate sa mga nangyayari sa paligid. Simula nang matitigan ko siya ng hapong yun, alam kong may malaking lihim nga siyang tinatago sa akin. Mula noon ay mas naging mapagmatsyag ako kay ate, Miss Winnie. Binabantayan ko ang lahat ng kilos niya pero hindi ako nagpapahalata sa takot na baka sitahin niya ako. Tuloy ang dami kong naging kakaibang karanasan sa bawat pagkakataon na binabantayan ko siya. Tuwing gabi bago matulog, naririnig ko ang mahina at halos pabulong niyang pagdarasal. Pero kapag pinakikinggan ko, hindi ko naman maintindihan ang lengguwahe. Minsang umuwi kami ni Bern at ginabi sa daan, natanaw ko na kahit may kuryente naman sa buong bahay, parang liwanag ng kandila ang nakikita kong nasa loob ng kwarto ni Ate Jessa. Mas lalo lang nadagdagan ang pagdududa ko habang tumatagal. Si Bern naman, halatang iwas ng iwas na mapalapit kay Ate Jessa. Parang ayaw nga niyang titigan ang border namin eh. Bern, may itatanong ako sa'yo pero huwag ka sanang magagalit ha. Ano yun? May issue ka ba kay Ate Jessa? Si Jessa? Bakit mo naman naitanong? Napapansin ko kasi na parang naiilang ka sa kanya eh. Siguro crush mo siya, no? Crush ka dyan. Hindi ako kailanman magkakagusto sa kanya, no? Kahit siya lang natitirang babae dito sa mundo. Ang OA mo naman. OA na kung OA. Pero wala akong balak na makipagrelasyon sa isang babaeng misteryosa at parang maraming tinatago. Isang babaeng... Teka lang, iba nang sinasabi mo eh. Kilala mo ba si ate? Hindi. Pasensya na, nadala lang ako eh. May kahawig lang kasi siya na kinaiinisan ko kapag nakikita ko ang mukha niya. Akala siguro ni Bern ay mapapagaang niya ang sitwasyon sa pagpapaliwanag sa akin ng ganon. Pero may iba nang tumatak sa isip ko at hindi ako titigil hanggat hindi ko nalalaman kung ano ba talaga ang totoo. Kasi ibang familiarity sa mukha ni Bern habang nakatingin siya kay Ate Jessa. Siguro nga hindi sila literal na magkakilala pero kung titigan niya si ate, parang nakita niya na ito sa kung saan. Bilang isang psychology student, pinag-aralan ko ang lahat ng kailangan kong matutunan para malaman ko kung ano ba talaga ang nasa loob ng isang tao. Sigurado ka ha? Oo naman. Bakit ako magsisinungaling sa'yo? Bakit parang naiinis ka? Ako, naiinis? Hindi mangyayari yun. Sinabi mo yan ha? Pero alam mo, kung gusto nating magsimula ang relationship na to, dapat maging tapat ka sa akin. Dapat wala kang nililihim. Wala nga ako nililihim sa'yo, Minnie. Intindihin mo na lang ako. May mga bagay talaga na hindi pwedeng sabihin sa'yo eh. Bakit hindi mo ako pwedeng magkatiwalaan? Girlfriend mo ako, di ba? Tsaka ito pa ha, ano bang meron kay Ate Jessa? Sabihin mo nga sa akin, may gusto ka ba sa kanya? Nagsiselos ka ba ha? Oo, nagsiselos ako kasi kakaiba kong tumingin ka sa kanya. Nakakainis na eh. Alam mo kung anong ayaw ko sa isang relasyon, ha? Yung nagsiselos nang hindi naman talaga dapat. Bakas ang inis sa boses ni Bern kaya nainis na rin ako. Dumating na kasi sa punto na hindi ko na gusto ang pinaglilihiman ako. Napapagod din ako na manghula. Pero hindi ko akalain na sabay kaming sasabog ni Bern. Ang simpleng biruan at diskusyon namin kanina, naging matinding away na humantong sa paghingi niya sa akin ng permiso na makipag-cool off muna. Nagalit ako, Miss Winnie, pero hindi ko binaba ang pride ko. Umalis na lang ako nang hindi kami nagkakaayos ni Bern. Umuwi ako sa bahay na umiiyak. Natutulog na si nanay pero gising pa si Ate Jessa ng mga oras na yon. Lumapit siya sa akin, tahimik at seryoso. Pero nang makatabi niya ako sa pag-upo sa sofa, hinaplos niya ang buhok ko. Sabi ko naman sa'yo, hindi ba? Ha? Anong ibig mong sabihin, ate? Sinabi ko naman sa'yo na paiiyakin ka lang ng tomboy na yan. Bakit ba alam mong sang iniiyakan ko? Sa itsura mo palang, Mini eh. Hindi ko na kailangang manghula dahil wala namang ibang taong pwedeng magpaiyak sa'yo. Kung hindi ang mga nagiging karelasyon mo. Nag-away kasi kami ni Bern ng dahil sa'yo eh. Bakit naman kayo nag-away ng dahil sa akin? Hindi naman kami lubusang magkakilala eh. Wala naman akong issue sa kanya. Maliban na lang sa palagi kitang pinagsasabihan na huwag kang magtitiwala sa kanya. Nararamdaman kong may hindi siya sinasabi sa akin. Sabi ko naman sa'yo eh, huwag mo na siyang patulan pa. Tingnan mo tuloy, umiiyak ka ngayon. Kagaya rin siya ng taong nanakit sa akin. Bumulong si ate nung bandang huli niyang salita, pero naging mas malinaw kung bakit ayaw niya akong lumapit kay Bern. Bitter siya. Mukhang may karanasan siya sa pag-ibig na hindi nagtagumpay. Pero hindi naman ibig sabihin nun na ang naging kapalaran niya ay magiging kapalaran ko rin. Magsasalita na sana ako nang mauna siyang magsalita ulit. Ano na naman ba ang ginawa niya sa'yo? Gusto niya raw kasing makipag-cool off muna, ate. Ah, talaga? At siya pa talaga ang humiling niyan? Anong magagawa ko? Ayoko namang ibaba ang pride ko para lang sa kanya, no? Siyempre, kailangan niya rin akong respetuhin. Dapat kasi, hiniwalayan mo na siya kagad. Pero mahal ko si Bern, ate. Ang tanong, mahal ka ba niya? Ate, kung mahal ka niya, mas iintindihin ka niya. At hindi basta sasabog sa simpleng hindi pagkakaunawaan lang. Pero huwag kang mag-alala. Nandito si ate para ipagtanggol ka. Hindi ako papayag na may kung sino na namang manakit sa'yo. Ate, gusto mo bang makinig sa kwento ko, ha? Anong kwento? Isang kwento na tungkol sa isang tomboy na pinaiyak ang girlfriend niya. Alam mo bang pagkatapos nilang mag-usap, nag-walk out siya? Mabilis akong napatitig sa kanya, Miss Winnie. Nakakahipnotismo ang tingin ni ate, pero nakakakilabot. Hindi na siya halos kumukurap eh. Mabagal siyang magsalita, pero tumatatak sa isipan ko ang lahat ng sinasabi niya. Ate, ano na naman ba ito? Habang nagmamaneho siya, tumirik ang kotse niya sa gitna ng isang madilim na kalsada sa may talahiban. At mas lumawak ang ngisi niya habang nagpapatuloy siya sa pagsasalita. Kaya naman pigilang hininga kong nakikinig sa kanya. Kwento lang ito, alam ko. Wala itong ibig sabihin, ha? Tama ka, isang kwentong magbibigay ng aral sa mga taong hindi marunong manahimik. Isang kwento na magsisilbing parusa sa mga taong abusado at walang puso. O anong nangyari sa kanya, ate? Kinikilabutan kong tanong nang hawakan niya ang braso ko. Nanlalamig ang mga kamay ko, Miss Winnie, pero parang baliwala ito sa kanya. Pagkababa niya ng kotse, may dalawang adik na lumapit sa kanya. Sinubukan siyang hinga ng pera, pero tumanggi siya. Ilang sandali pa kumuha ng kutsilyo ang isa sa dalawang adik at marahas siyang sinaksak. Galit ang mga adik na yun sa mga tomboy, kaya nagawa pa nilang gahasain kahit halos patay na siya. Ang isa naman, nilooban ng kotse niya at kinuha ang lahat ng mahahalaga niyang gamit, kasama ng sasakyan. Ha? Ang saklap naman yan? Tama ka, pero hindi pa dito nagtatapos ang kwento. May karugtong pa yon? Para tuluyang mamatay ang taong yon, dumampot ng bato ang isa sa mga lalaki at pinukpok ang ulo niya. Basag ang bungo niya na siyang ikinamatay niya. Ang mas nakakatakot pa doon, hinila siya ng dalawang masasamang loob sa talahiban at doon itinago ang bangkay niya. At dito na ako napaigtad sa gulat nang bigla siyang humagikgik na parang isang tunay namang kukulam. Parang nawawala na siya sa sarili, humahalakhak na parang isang baliw. Dala ng takot, mabilis ko siyang iniwan sa kinauupuan niya. Hindi ko na tinapos pa kung anong mga ikukwento niya sa akin. Nagkulong na ako sa kwarto. Sa totoo nga niyan, hindi ko na siya pinansin ng mga ilang araw. Inabala ko na lang ang sarili ko sa ibang bagay. Yun nga lang, habang tumatagal, napapansin kong parang hindi ko na nakikitang dumadalaw sa akin si Bern. Alam ko naman na humingi siya ng cool off, pero pwede naman niya akong tawagan, kumustahin man lang na hindi man lang niya ginagawa. Napansin din ni nanay ang pagiging balisa ko. Ayos ka lang ba ha, anak? Ayos lang po ako, inay. Nag-aalala lang po ako kay Bern. Parang hindi niya kasi ako tinatawagan eh. Eh baka naman busy. Bakit hindi mo subukang puntahan dun sa computer shop niya? Hayaan mo, magluluto ako ng kakanin tapos dalhin mo sa kanya, ha? Ay, sige po, inay. Salamat po, ha? Wala yun, anak. Ayoko naman na maging malungkot ang prinsesa ko. Kaya kung may maitutulong ako, gagawin ko. Nay, nakita niyo po ba si Ate Jessa? Nandito ako, Mini. Bakit? Anong problema? Ah, wala naman, ate. Sigurado ka, ha? Oo, wala akong problema. Okay lang ako. Papasok ka na ba sa trabaho? Oo, aalis na ako. Aling Elisa, maiwan ko na po muna kayo, ha? O, sige, Iha. Mag-iingat ka, ha? Maraming salamat po. Nang makaalis na si Ate Jessa, hindi na ako mapalagay. Kinakabahan ako. Parang may nangyayari na hindi ko pa natutuklasan. Tumayo ako at nagpaalam na rin kay nanay. Nay, aalis na rin po ako ha. Sasaglit lang ako sa computer shop nila Bern. O sige anak, pero wag kang magtatagal ha. Opo inay. Nagmamadali akong sumakay ng tricycle at bumaba sa computer shop. Sarado yon at hindi pa nagbubukas. Lalo tuloy akong nagtaka. Alas 9 na ng umaga, pero dapat sana alas 7 pa lang bukas na ang shop. Naghintay ako ng ilang saglit pero wala pa ring Bern na dumating. Nagpasya akong umalis na lang sana pero naulinigan ko ang mga tao sa paligid na pinag-uusapan ng tungkol sa isang bangkay na natagpuan raw sa may talahiban sa di kalayuan. Nagkakagulo ang mga tsismosa. Mas lalo akong nabalisa. Kaagad akong umalis at pumunta sa pinangyarihan ng krimen. Hindi ko alam kung bakit pero hindi ako mapakali. Marami ng tao doon at may pulis pa. May ambulansya din at iilang rescuers sa paligid. Nilagyan na nila ng yellow tape sa mga sulok ng talahiban kung saan nakita ang bangkay. Nang makasilip ako ay natakpan ko ang aking bibig. Pamilyar ang damit na bangkay na nakita. Damit yun ni Bern. Tumalikod ako at nagulat nang makita kong naroon din pala si Ate Jessa. Anong ginagawa mo rito, Minnie? Ha? Ako nga dapat na magtanong sa'yo niyan, ate. Dito ang daan ko papunta sa trabaho. Ikaw, bakit ka nandito? Sa bahay lang kita iniwan kanina ha. Eh, bahala ko sanang dumalaw kay Bernie. Pero may narinig akong balita na may bangkay raw na nakita dito. Lagi ko rin itong binabaliwala. Kaya nagsisisi ako. Wala akong ginagawang masama ha. Singhal niya sa akin sabay alis. Wala akong nagawa kung hindi ang hayaan siya. Ako naman ang naghintay sa pagdating ng pamilya ni Bern. Hanggang sa tuluyan na ngang gumuho ang mundo ko nang mapagtanto ko na isa na namang buhay ang nawala dahil sa mahiwagang pangyayari na hindi ko maipaliwanag. Ayon sa mga pulis, hold up daw ang tinititigan nilang anggulo ng krimen. Dahil sa mga adik din daw ang mga suspect, nawawala din ang sasakyan ni Bern, pera at cellphone. Pero ganito ang kwento ni ate nung mga nakaraang gabi, kaya hindi ko naiwasang kilabutan. Umuwi ako sa bahay at kinuha ko ang mga gamit ni ate na nasa kahon. Napagtanto ko na ang mga bagay na yon may kinalaman nga sa kulam. Sinubukan kong i-research ang mga orasyon na yon na nabasa ko at hindi ko matanggap ang ibig sabihin nito. Paggawad pala ng sumpayo ng isang tao, pagbibigay ng karma, kamatayan. Mangyak-ngyak akong ibinalita kay nanay ang sinapit ni Bern. Diyos ko, kawawa naman siya. Hindi ko naman masabi na masamang tao siya pero bakit kailangan niyang sapitin ng ganon? Hindi ko po alam, inay. Pero natatakot po ako. Shh! Huwag kang matakot, anak. Nandito ako, hindi kita Tumango ako at yumakap kay nanay. Wala naman akong ibang magagawa kundi ang humingi na lang ng payo sa kanya. Makalipas ang ilang araw, isa sa mga kapatid ni Bern ang sumugod sa bahay. Galit niya akong pinagbintangan na isa raw akong mangkukulam. Huwag na raw akong magtangkang tumanggi pa dahil nahuli raw nila ako. Nagtatakang tinanong ko sila kung paano nila nalaman na ako yon. Ayon sa kanila, nagpatawas daw sila. Sinumpa raw si Bern kaya namatay. Pero tumanggi ako sa paratang nila. Dito ko na napagtanto na may kinalaman nga si Ate Jessa sa mga nangyayari sa mga nakakaaway ko. Siya ang sumusumpa sa kanilang lahat. Sinadya ko siyang hintayin ng hapong yon para kumprontahin. Nang dumating na nga si ate, hindi na ako nagpatumpik-tumpik pa. Napakawalang yamo, ate! Kasalanan mo ang lahat ng ito! Ano na naman ba ang problema mo, ha? Kinulang mo silang lahat, ate. Isinumpa mo silang lahat kaya sila namatay. Hindi totoo yan. May dahilan ako kung bakit nangyayari ang lahat ng ito. Pero hindi ko may papaliwanag sa'yo. Galit na hinagis ko sa paanan niya ang mga gamit sa pangkukulam. Hindi na nga siya nakatanggi pa nang makita niya ang mga yon. Napayuko siya. Ilang sandali pa, tuluyan na ngang umiyak pero hindi ko pa rin nakuha ang paliwanag na gusto kong malaman sa kanya. Tinalikuran ako ni ate nang hindi man lang kami nagkausap ng maayos. Kinabukasan wala na si ate sa kwarto niya. Nag-iwan siya ng pera at sulat ng pasasalamat. Meron din siyang iniwan sa akin na isa pang hiwalay na sulat na nagpapaliwanag kung sino siya at kung bakit naging malihim siyang kaibigan at may pagka-misteryosa. Inamin niya na isa siyang mangkukulam, pero pinili niyang makipaglapit sa akin dahil akala niyang pwede siyang magbago sa pakikipagkaibigan sa mga mabubuting tao. Pero ang demonyo sa kaibuturan niya, paminsan-minsan pa rin kumukontrol sa pagkatao niya. At sa tuwing nagpapakawala siya ng sumpa, nagkakatotoo ang lahat ng yon. Kagaya na lang na nangyari dun sa babaeng tila nagkahigad, pati sa nauna kong ex-boyfriend, at pati kay Bern. Kagagawan daw niya ang lahat ng yon. Kaya din daw takot na takot si Bern sa kanya dahil sigurado siya na nakilala siya ni Bern nung minsang nagpatawas ang kamag-anak niya. Inamin din ni Ate Jessa na hindi siya taga-probinsya at sa kabilang barangay lang nakatira. Pero minsan lang lumalabas kaya hindi siya nakikita. Siya ang dating girlfriend ng tito ni Bern na nagawa din niyang bigyan ng sumpa dahil sa panloloko sa kanya. Bukod pa doon, humingi siya ng tawad sa akin. Ikinuwento ko kay nanay ang lahat ng nangyari. Iiling-iling si nanay at hindi makapaniwala. Pambihira! Hindi ko alam na may kasama pala tayong mangkukulam dito! Tama po kayo, inay. Mabuti na lang din at umalis na siya. Hayaan mo, anak. Kikilalanin na natin ng mabuti ang mga border natin sa susunod, ha? Aral na rin po ito sa akin, inay. Mula noon nawalan na ako ng balita kay Ate Jessa. Hindi ko alam kung nasa na siya ngayon. Lumapit pa rin ako sa pamilya ni Bern para ipaliwanag ang totoo. Nagpasalamat ako dahil naintindihan naman nila ako at naniwala sila na wala akong kinalaman. Sa ngayon, nadadagdagan na ang mga kwarto sa apartment na pinapaupahan namin. Pero hindi na ako pumayag na magpapasok pa ng border sa mismong bahay namin. Natatakot na ako na may makilalang kagaya ulit ni Ate Jesse at mas malala pang gawin sa amin. Hanggang dito na lamang po. More power po sa inyong channel at God bless. Sana po nagustuhan niyo ang ibinahagi kong kwento ngayon. Maraming salamat nga po pala sa mga nakaraang nagkomento at nakinig sa mga nauna naming upload. Sana po abangan niyo pa po ang mga susunod kong upload, ha? At huwag kalilimutang mag-subscribe, like, share, and comment sa mga stories natin. Para po mabilis niyong makita kung may bago tayong upload, pindutin niyo lang po ang notification bell para lagi niyo itong makita at notified kayo. Aasahan ko pa rin po ang inyong suporta, ha? Siyempre, ang goal po natin, maka 100k subscribers po tayo. Muli, ako po si Miss Winnie na nagpapasalamat sa inyo sa inyong walang sawang pakikinig at pagsuporta. God bless po sa ating lahat. Mga mahal kong listeners, magandang araw po sa inyong lahat. Ako po ulit ang inyong tagapagsalaysay, si Miss Winnie, at ito ang ating kwento.
Mahal, nandito na ako. Pakibukas naman tong pinto.
On din sapagkat mas priority ko pa rin ang aking pamilya. 4 na taon ang lumipas at nakatapos din ang 2 kong kapatid sa kolehiyo. Isang nursing graduate at isang hospitality management graduate. Sobrang proud ko sa mga kapatid ko dahil Nagtapos silang pareho with flying colors. Siyempre, proud din ako sa aking sarili. Kasi hindi ko akalain talaga na magagawa ko yon. Bilang ate nila ay masaya ako at nakatulong ako sa kanilang kinabukasan. Sa ngayon, Papa Dudut, ay masaya na ulit ang aming pamilya. May sarili na ring pamilya ang dalawa kong nakababatang kapatid. Ako na lang ang walang sariling pamilya at love life, pero ayos lang sa akin. In the first place ay hindi naman ako naghahanap. Eto, patuloy pa rin ako sa pagtatrabaho bilang casino dealer dito sa Soler. Kailangan kumayod at kumayod dapat dahil ako ang nagpapaaral sa mga naiwang anak ni Kuya Elton. Oo, mas malaking responsibilidad yon, pero kakayanin ko para sa aking pamilya. Papadudot, bagamat maraming pagsubok pa na pinapasan ako, ngunit eto ako, nananatiling matatag. At utang na loob ko ito sa ating Panginoon na patuloy sa pagbibigay ng blessings sa buhay ko. Bagamat maraming beses ako na nag-question sa Kanya, ay ngayon naman ay patuloy niyang pinatitibay ang aking pananampalataya. Masaya na ako sa buhay ko ngayon kasi kasama ko na ang aking pamilya. Sila ang tangi kong inspirasyon sa mundo at ang pananalig ko sa Diyos. Marami akong natutunan, Papa Dudut, sa mga pagsubok na ibinigay sa akin ng Panginoon. Isa na roon ay huwag nating sayangin ang panahon at ipakita at iparamdam ang pagmamahal sa mga mahal natin sa buhay. At sa bawat pagsubok ay may solusyon at may katapusan din. Muli ay maraming salamat po sa iyo, Papa Dudut, at sa mga bumubuo ng iyong programa. Sobra akong na-excite na marinig ang aking kwento sa Papa Dudut channel. God bless sa inyong lahat. Lubos na nagpapasalamat, Andrea. God bless din sa iyo, Andrea, at masaya kami na nabasa ang iyong totoong kwento na punong-puno ng aral. Kahanga-hanga ang mga taong katulad mo na inuuna palagi ang pamilya kesa sa sarili. Kahanga-hanga ka kasi napagtagumpayan mo ang iyong misyon na tulungan ang pamilya mo, lalo na ang mga kapatid mo, para maabot nila ang kanilang mga pangarap. Sa iyong buhay ay nanatili kang matatag. At kahit na may mga pagkakataong parang mawawalan ka na ng pananampalataya sa Diyos, pero sa huli ay ikaw ay nagdesisyon na huwag bumitaw sa Panginoon at inalay mo sa Kanya ang iyong tagumpay. Isa ka sa mga taong dapat natularan dahil sa iyong selfless love at ang kaligayahan ng iyong pamilya ay kaligayahan mo rin. Andrea, pinatunayan mo sa amin na isa ka talagang breadwinner ng pamilya at ipagpatuloy mo lamang yan. Dahil darating din ang araw na gagantimpalaan ka rin ng ating Panginoon sa iyong mga kabutihan. Hanapin ang Kaistorya YouTube channel at mag-subscribe. Ganon din sa Papa Dudut Family YouTube channel. Maraming salamat po sa mga bago naming subscribers at suportahan din ang Papa Dudut Stories on Spotify.
Ang buhay ay mahiwaga, laging may lungkot at saya. Sa Papa Dudut Stories, laging may karamay ka. Mga problemang kay bigat, dito ay pakikinggan ka. Sa Papa Dudut Stories, kami ay iyong kasama. Dito sa Papa Dudut Stories, ikaw ay hindi nag-iisa. Papadudod Stories. Papadudod Stories. Papadudod Stories. Dito sa Papadudod Stories, ikaw ay hindi nag-iisa. Dito sa Papadudod Stories, may nagmamahal. Dito sa Papadudod Stories, ikaw ay hindi nag-iisa.